Yeah. Sound good to me. This sound hard, something funky people gon' dance to. Give the record a second and a chance to. Hitting people like a scene of amazement. While they slipping back, my feet just planted in the pavement. Crumble like I never do. So now I'm looking dead at you. What are you gonna do? You listen to the knowledge of a scholar. You say how I breathe, tell them holla holla. I'm the E-double, and I proclaim my name. Straight up, good gang, peeps all game. I'm like a rhino, running through the roughest pack. They figure I'm a trigger happy nigga, so they step back, breathe. The microphone is who lasts the longest, so who's the strongest. It ain't a game, it's plain to see. You listen to the sounds of breathe. There ain't no future in your front. I never got caught with a kilo, and if you ever do, yo, will never be with me, yo. Serve it in a Cherokee, or maybe it's a Geo. Black on black Benzo, we'll get it up, amigo. Never have to worry about my posse getting jumped, cause if we ever do, yo, TB, pop the trunk. Cause we don't go for playing, wanna play, go grab a ball. When I'm on the mic, I ain't for playing, not at all. Cause I clock 10 G's a week, booming at my peak. Always see E sober, but I do get geek. I can give you a job, a place to eat. Hardy, meet your homeboy Marty at a B.O.B. Party taking over, barking like a dog named Rover. I'm picking suckers like a four-leaf clover. They biting words on the mic, they some cobras. So now they saying egg breeders getting over. But ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. I'm the B, the R to the double E-D, and down with my homie G-A-S-N-O-E, and suckers causing static cause they still be disagreeing. I don't give a, cause I'm from F-L-I-N-T, in a city where pity runs slow. If you ever shoot through my city, now you know, cause we a strictly business and we also got a pride. And if you don't like it, I suggest you break wide. Suckers study looking for the ammo in the wire, thinking that illegal is the best for slowly dying. I ain't got time to see a fiend out, to give up all his money and to give up what he got. That's the way I am, MC B cannot be different. Never change the ways for the world or the government. If I was the president, then I would state facts. You leave it up to me, I'll paint the White House black and ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yeah, I got dollars in my pocket, not from rolling. If I was a fiend, then my gold would be stolen. Put my name breed on everything I own. And when I get my Jeep, I'm putting breed on the chrome. Shine it up good, kick it through my neighborhood. Motorola phone, fat rims and a Kenwood. Put the kid around it, and then I'll have it drop. Just because the riding people think I'm selling rocks, but ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, Flash, man, drop that, man. To the rules of the world. Live my life raw cause I never liked the law. Wear top 10s on my ass, use jeans. Selling big gates and tit for tat to the fiends. Like much dollars but I never break a sweat. Time to move out, my posse saying, you got my back and I got yours. What time is it? Tear down the door. Man, it ain't no future in your front. Never was, cuz. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, man, let's start this party, alright? Kick out that fat dance.
We Japanese style. You can cook in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's y'all shoot the hibachi and none of you niggas can stop me. Can't help but watch me. So look, bro, I had to come back and spin the block. Been very busy. Been very, very, very busy. Very busy individual. But I had to come back and spin the block on white racism. White racism, man. Which is democratic racism. You know what I'm saying? That's where it came from. All the Fouriers, the Nazism, Hitler, all of them old their racism to the left in this country, and we see it permeating the minds of these online skinheads and Ku Klux Klan members, right? These people are going through Twitter, going through all social media spaces, spreading their racial filth, right? Just like Black Hebrew Israelites, they're spreading their racial filth, the one drop rule, racial purity, And how they spreading it? They're spreading it by getting upset because movies decide to cast certain characters as, I don't know, African American or African descendant or a percentage of African ancestry, and therefore they can't play X character. This is the crazy times we live in. Like, these people are living with the mindset of racist rednecks that lived 100 or 200 years prior. It's 2024, and you still see this. We saw this with Denzel Washington going to play as Hannibal, right? They hated that. The internet hated that. There was a lot of racist KKK rednecks, online skinhead members that came out and voiced their opinions against a darker skinned person playing the general known as Hannibal of Libya or North Africa. They hated and despised that, right? And their claim is, oh, it's not historically accurate, even though there have been dark-skinned people in North Africa. Shout out to Septimius Severus, right? An African emperor of Rome that came from Litus Magna in North Africa, right? And Libya, right? And spoke Pontic. Shout out to him. But historically, there have been dark-skinned people in North Africa. Matter of fact, the oldest green Saharan specimen had a phenotypic analysis on her, and she was a dark-skinned individual with what we call sub-Saharan African affinities, morphological wise, or speaking, the way she looked. So we can cut this bullshit out with science. That's why I got the quote here by Max Planck himself: "A new scientific truth is usually not propagated in such a way that opponents become convinced." So science is not to convince you. We're not here to convince you. We're just here to present the information. A clean glass of water, drink if you may. That's it. Because everywhere else is polluted. Everywhere else, they're trying to deal in racism. They're trying to use 100-year-old, 200, 300, 400-year-old false racism to try to impose their will on people. And it's not working. We don't give a damn about that. Guess what? When those movies drop with the cast they got, it's still going to make $100 million. It's still going to make $200, $300 million in the box office opening week. No one cares about that except these small cult-like people that only exist on the internet, that exist online clan members, Wi-Fi clan members, Wi-Fi rednecks, right? Wi-Fi Knights of Columbus group, Wi-Fi skinheads. You upset because some director decided to choose a person of African ancestry to play a certain role. This shit is silly as hell. And then they were like, oh, it's not historically correct. And then when it is historically correct, you're still upset. You just don't want to see black people on TV or black people in these films. You have a disgust and disdain for black people or people with a darker skin color, which is textbook racism. That's why I say you guys cry and say everything's fucking racism except what is actually racism. You're discriminating against people based off of their skin color or their ancestry. That is textbook racism. That is actual racism. But since we use this damn term all loosely, and that's what that story was about, the story about the boy that cried wolf, eventually you crying wolf ain't gonna mean shit. Now we can't really tell you what really is racism. And when we say it, like, oh, that ain't racism, that's exactly what racism is. When you despise someone or you discriminate with someone solely based on how they look, their morphology, their skin color, their hair texture, whatever, that is racism. And we know where it came from, man, especially here in this country, United States of America. That came from the American left. And the Nazis pretty much was under the tutelage of Democrats. But that's a whole nother story, man. But that's where it comes from. And you guys love to wallow in the mud, wallow in the dirt of racism. And you expose yourself all the time. You expose yourself all the time on these social media platforms, on YouTube. Why are they doing a documentary? The government of Sweden did a documentary called The First Swedes. And we brought this up in prior episodes. And you got people upset about this film because in the film it depicts the first people in Sweden to be dark-skinned, and the people there were like, this can't be, my ancestors can't be dark, my ancestors can't be niggers. What do you mean they're niggers? Oh my God, the whole life is crumbling before then. right? Because guess what? Science don't give a fuck about your silly ass fragility and your silly ass opinion on human ancestry. They're going off of results. I know you guys hate going off results, especially you guys are still butt sore and butt hurt by the election results. Y'all hate going by results because results and empirical evidence is always busting you in the ass and busting you upside the goddamn head. You hate reality. Reality is the people that inhabited Europe thousands of years ago were dark skinned. And yes, they are your ancestors. Those are your peppies. Those are your mammies. Those are your peoples. Your people look like that. We're not a earth inundated with clones. We come from the product known as sexual reproduction. And that's how we get all the diversity in the hominid or human space that we see today, or human sphere that we see today. The different eye shapes, eye colors, skin gradation, all of those things, hair textures, skull shapes, face shapes, all of that, your jaw structure, bone structure, all of that comes from a few humans that made it 100,000, 200,000 years ago. We're a product of that. And we're diverse because we don't make clones. You're not a carbon copy of your ancestors. You're a mixture of genes and alleles. That's what created you over a process of time. So no, you're not going to look exactly like your goddamn ancestors. And you got these white Americans pissed because the government of Sweden, or white Europeans pissed that the government of Sweden decided to make this film, and they did it based off science. They didn't do it based off of preconceived notions of race, because this is all this goes back to: racial purity, the one drop rule. You believe that no, you got to do all the films with just white people. Who gives a fuck? Is it accurate? Yes. Okay. Shut the fuck up. Do us all a favor and shut the fuck up. That's why this quote is powerful. Let me read it again. A new scientific truth is usually not propagated in such a way that opponents become convinced. It's not about convincing. Who cares if you are convinced? The evidence is the evidence. Who cares? Right? Who cares about convincing anything? We're just here to present the goddamn data. And the data says early Europeans were inundated with darker skinned people, which happen to be your daddies and your mamas. You come from those people. It says, convince and discard their previous views. Not about discarding your previous views. We just want to present the cold water, the clean, clear perspective so you can drink from. Because all you guys have this dirty, murky ass water that you're getting from the damn swamp some damn way. That shit ain't FDA approved. You drink that shit, you might fucking keel over, man. And a lot of you guys have been poisoned by the doctrine of racism. Black Hebrew Israelites and KKK members alike online. Poison by it. You live by it. Your everyday motifs, your everyday goals, and how Kamala Harris said, dreams and aspirations is built off fucking racism. Yeah, somebody said, I want all black people to come together and bring your businesses and all that. How about all people just do that? No, it's gotta be race specific. Why? Where do you learn that from? Rednecks of the past. The spirit of the rednecks, Woodrow Wilson, okay, Walter Plecker, all these imbeciles of the past, dubious people of the past, live through you, through your speech, through your actions, and through your dreams and aspirations, like Kamala Harris, Kamala Khan told y'all. So science, no, it's not about convincing. It's about just presenting the goddamn facts. And in the state of Sweden, or the country of Sweden, presented the facts that early Europeans were dark. Fuck your feelings. That's what they found. How they know this? Because scientists, professionals in the field, dug up the bones from the ground, sequenced the genome, did a phenotypic analysis of the genes, and could not find genes responsible for lighter skin or pale skin. They did not find that, but they did find genes responsible for darker skin. So the logical deduction is that these people were dark-skinned people with blue eyes, mind you. Who gives a fuck if you're convinced? That's the facts. Who cares if this fucking snowflake on the internet feelings are hurt by it because you live in a racial ass world or racial ass a domain expansion. Shout out to Jujutsu Kaisen. You done made a domain expansion, your own goddamn reality in your own damn head, and you live in that little bubble. And in your bubble, race matters. But guess what? These fields don't give a fuck. They're just there to observe and report. They observe that the genes show that these people were darker skinned people in the past. Your ancestors were darker skinned people. End of the story. It doesn't matter if you're convinced. Who cares? Y'all play these damn race games. All you motherfuckers from Afrocentrics, Black Hebrew Israelites, online KKK motherfuckers. You build your whole fucking profiles and social media image off of it, based off of it. Race does not exist in the biological sphere. It does not exist. The people that you call white Europeans today indeed descend from darker skinned people. End of the story. There's nothing else to talk about, right? I can end the fucking show here. This is empirical reality we're talking about, not the reality that you made up in your goddamn sick, twisted head that you got from antebellum Southerners. Antebellum Southerners that hated Black Americans, hated Black people and Black Africans, and regarded them as only property and devoid of rights. You speak in that spirit. You don't speak in the spirit of science or people observing facts or discovering facts. You don't speak in that vein. You speak from an antebellum South racist redneck perspective. And that goes for Afrocentrics, Black Hebrew Israelites, and online clan members. All you niggas do the same shit. And that's why this is so powerful by Max Planck. A new scientific truth is usually not propagated. We're not propagating this information to convince you motherfuckers. We're not. We just stating the goddamn facts. Who cares if you fucking click like, subscribe, or watch? It's just, hey, it's on the goddamn table, man. That's the point. A new scientific truth is usually not propagated in such a way that opponents become convinced and discard their previous views. So we're not, listen, my name is Yashubi Ben Lucifer. I'm here to enlighten. I provide the light. You ain't got to get guided into it. But guess what? The light is there. No, the adversaries eventually die off. This is the point. The adversaries eventually die off. And the upcoming generation is familiarized anew with the truth. That's the point. To present the facts so generations ahead of us, for the people that's being born now, the people that are going to be born in subsequent generations, will have a clear perspective on this and not revert back to antebellum South racists. That's the point. Anyway, let me get into this, man. Let me get into this. Let me get straight into. Let's get straight to the body bag. Oh, we got Avery in the building. What's going on, G? Talk to me. I can't hear you if you're talking. Oh, you're not even up. Avery, you're not even on stage. Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right. Now I was just asking. I was talking that whole time. Now what's up, bro? Now, are we gonna do the How to Train Your Dragon one first, or the okay?
Yeah,
There's two clips. Do you have them? The links to the Twitter?
Yeah, I got the clips, man.
Okay. And also, there's some comments that I want to address that people made concerning this whole ordeal. So when we're done with the video, I'm gonna look at a couple of comments.
It's in the chat, man. Hold on, let me see. There's a lot of stuff going on in the chat.
Yeah, I gotta scroll. Actually, you know what? I can resend you the links. Give me a second. I'll put it in the.
I see the picture, but I'm looking for the video.
I'm gonna put the link in because I saved it in my Twitter.
I found it. Here's the video from X. And this is why I love free speech platform. Shout out to Elon Musk for purchasing, because we need you to have free speech so we can expose your ass. We want you to bring out the racism and the hatred you got in your heart online so we can do videos like this exposing your ass.
Get some content out of you.
Right.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love to throw out the
Look
Hey,
at the real.
You gotta give her credit, Jashub. At least she admitted it straight out the gate. It's about race.
It's about race, yep.
Gotta give it.
A racial bigot. This is a Nazi right here, man. On the left, by the way. Let me say this, bro. These people are so deluded and pretty much corroded by racism that she pointed to a Pixar animated film and said, "This is the real Astrid." No, bitch. That person right there is not real. That is an animation you're pointing at. This is not a real person. Oh, the Vikings, it's based off the Vikings. Well, guess what? Newsflash. Vikings had a sub-Saharan African component amongst them. It was there. So if you want to argue history, even though we shouldn't be arguing history, when it's a fucking film. This is a made-up movie. It is a myth. It's called How to Train a Damn Dragon, you dumb son of a bitch.
You know the funniest part to shoot? You can tell this woman clearly hasn't read the books because Astrid is not even in the books. She was made up for the movie adaptation. And the people who created the character Astrid was the director. Let me see if I can find his name real quick. It was the director, David something. Let me see. David DeBois. Or not David, Dan DeBois or Denon DeBois.
Racism has poisoned this person's heart so much and mind so goddamn much that she got to be baptized by Lucifer now. This is deranged talk right here. This is someone that has been so damn deluded, living in a damn bubble. You're literally pointing at a creation of Pixar, an animation, and saying this is the real Astrid. There is no real Astrid. It's a goddamn film. This is fiction.
Yep.
It's not real. She can be fucking purple. It doesn't fucking matter. It's a goddamn animation.
But you want to know the craziest part? The same person who created the character Astrid is the same person who hired Nicole Parker to play the character. He's the casting director and the original director of the first film.
Right. So the person that envisioned this character, create this character, which is a fictional character, by the way, decided to hire Nicole Parker.
And there's a clip of it online of him literally like telling her she got the part. You can literally find it on online. I think DreamWorks YouTube channel. Him literally choosing Nicole as the actress.
Oh my God.
So it's like if the creator doesn't mind changing his character slightly, then I don't see why we should have an issue. Like if he created the character, he can do what he wants with his own characters.
It's a damn fictional ass character, man. Dragon Ball Z, the hair changed from red, blue, pink. I don't know what the next transformation gonna be. The motherfucker changed so many goddamn times. I don't know what the hell. When I was growing up, we had Dragon Ball GT. The motherfucker turned Super Saiyan 4. Red hair all over his body, black. He don't have gold hair. He got black hair now. Super Saiyan 4. It's fictional. It's a fictional created piece of work. And you're upset. Oh no. They're gonna show somebody that's what I go down. You fucking snowflake. This is the weird shit that goes on and takes place on social media and these goddamn codes, these damn race codes, because they live in a era that's a bygone era. I thought we defeated the damn the Southerners. I thought we defeated their ass.
The South will rise again, brothers.
This is
brothers and sisters.
This is some Call of Duty shit right here. Call of Duty. You ever play Call of Duty, that zombie mode? This is what we dealing with, man. These are damn zombies of the antebellum South, bro. Damn race nonsense, man.
Astrid, blonde hair, blue eyes. What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look
Also,
at the real Astrid.
it's funny she says this has to do with race, but it's like, girl, she's genetically more European than she is sub-Saharan African. Her mom, oh my goodness, her mom is mixed, and her dad is white. Her dad is English, and that means she has 3 white grandparents and 1 black grandparent. Autosomally speaking, she is more European than she is African, and she probably has Scandinavian ancestry too, because if you look at the genome of English people, they have a small amount of Scandinavian DNA. So I she's mad at a white girl for playing a white girl.
Bro, Nas, the African American rapper, born in Queens, shout out to Nas, has a haplogroup, a paternal haplogroup from Scandinavians. A haplogroup I. He has a that's related to Scandinavians, and he's dark skinned. Y'all keep going off of morphology. But again, why are we even talking about this when we're dealing with a fictive narrative? This shit is complete fiction. It's not real. The character can be fucking blue. Who gives a fuck? It's the same thing with Superman. Oh, Superman can't be black. Why can't he be? He's a damn alien from another goddamn planet. What is wrong with y'all? This is how deluded and deranged these online skinhead cults are. Anyway, so I posted this in 2022 into the Facebook resource group. E1B1A sample found in Wirral, England. All right, this is medieval times. This is during the time of the Vikings. We know E1B1A is associated with sub-Saharan Africans. The component is there. And also our brother Clade E1B1B was also found amongst this as well. The paper says excavating past populations, structures by surname-based sampling. What does that say? The genetic legacy of the Vikings in Northwest England. That's what it says. This is a scientific article. Again, it's all about presenting the evidence. Who gives a fuck if you're convinced? Who cares about your little snowflake feelings? This is what was found. But why are we even reading this when we're talking about a goddamn Pixar film? Why do we have to have a scientific study of the damn Vikings when we're talking about a goddamn kids film? A cartoon, if you will. This is silly shit. Anyway.
You know, it reminds me when people get mad at a black Superman, forgetting the fact that the multiverse, and with that concept, there can be any amount of Supermen, any race of Supermen. It's like folks get mad at anything these days.
Let's all repeat. Superman is a goddamn alien from a different the planet Krypton. It's a made-up story. And you're trying to make it fit your racial purist idea. This is sick shit, man. Sick, twisted ass people, man. All right, so it reads here, samples ascertained on the basis of 2 generations of residents were compared with independent samples based on known ancestry in the region, plus possession of surname known from historical records that have been present there in medieval times. All right, and then it has the Y chromosome. So the Y chromosome haplotypes of these 2 sets of samples are significantly different. In admixture analysis, the surname ascertained samples show markedly greater Scandinavian ancestry, of course, because we're talking about Viking ancestry here. And this is Wirral, England. This is where the samples were found. And here are the Y chromosomes. And of course, E1B1A or E3A, which you see up here at the top of figure 2, was discovered amongst these samples. Get mad, get upset, kick and stream, yell, make your damn tweets or whatever, make your videos, is not going to change the empirical data. It's not going to change that. Not going to change it. It says right here, 3 samples are found in wild England of E1B1A. Right, you have to follow the phylogenetic tree. You go down, and it'll tell you the numbers. As you can see right here, 1 out of 3. Let me see. It's associated with the Vikings. And then here's the thing about E1B1B. E1B1B is African as well. It's just ancient African. So you do have an African component amongst Vikings. It's there, it exists. But why do we have to have this conversation? Why? What's the fucking point? We're dealing with a Pixar fucking film. And when we get to the next point, when it is something historic, you don't like that either. You just don't want to see black people on the silver damn screen, man. That's all it is. You hate looking at darker skinned people. Well, guess what? Let me remind this little white snowflake that we're dealing with right now. Your ancestors were dark skinned. Get the fuck over it. Anyway. Let's go back. Let's rewind that so we can define that.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love to throw out the term whitewashed a lot, but I would really love to discuss what kind of color washing is happening to every live action movie that comes out now. Didn't need it. Definitely didn't need it. Still don't want it. And here you guys are basically making the
Wait, did she just get mad at a green
How to
woman?
Train Your Dragon.
Wait. Did she just go to the Wicked Witch of the West, which is green? Like, what's
yeah, Wicked. That movie ain't came out yet. She green.
You can't tell me you're mad at it.
So let me get this straight. Black people can't even play a damn witch.
Can't play a green character.
She can't be witch. She can't be a fucking witch, which is a fictional goddamn character. Oh my god.
What's the cultural context behind this? Like, she can't hide under like culture when it comes to this character. Like,
she can't hide under none of it because all of it's bullshit. Y'all love pissing on people's heads and claiming that it's raining, man.
Dang, can't even play a green character. Who's that chick, Zoe, who plays in Guardians of the Galaxy? I wonder if that's cultural appropriation too. Zoe, remember Guardians of the Galaxy, the green character Zoe?
Yeah, she's played by African American actor, I believe, or Latina, I think.
Yeah, Latina. But she's dark skinned, you know. She has the scary melanin in her.
Yeah. You know,
even though genetically speaking, I'm pretty sure she also has European ancestry too, because of where she comes from. But anyways, go ahead.
And guess what? That film still sold like hotcakes.
Yeah.
This little cult that only exists online, it doesn't affect any goddamn thing.
No.
And y'all just abuse and use that word woke wrong. Woke was to get rid of the funny bunny shit going on in Hollywood. That's when we stood up and said woke. When they wanted to put two dads and you know, make everybody gay.
The alphabet community.
Yeah. That's what woke me. Woke don't got nothing to do with no goddamn, this black person played a damn witch. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? People still went and enjoyed the goddamn movie.
Yep.
Because thank God we don't live in the 19th century where most of the goddamn, or majority of one part of the goddamn country thinks like that. We don't. But we got you damn moles that only exist on the goddamn internet. You damn trolls. You have me a damn KKK meeting on fucking Facebook and shit. Living in your damn echo chamber. Anyway. Let's go back.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is
It has to do with her race because I hate seeing black people on the silver damn screen. Black
He
people
ain't even black.
right. But that's her point. It has to do with her. She hates seeing black people on the silver screen.
Hold on, let me show you the black girl in question, by the way, because the people might not, because we can't see a good image of Nicole Parker. So let me show you the black person in question. Here's the black person in question that's playing Astrid.
Right, yeah, she's very biracial, yeah.
No, that's a clear black woman right there. She can fit anywhere in Nigeria. That's clearly a black woman, bro.
And this show, again, old racist bullshit. Old Walter Plecker ass arguments, racial integrity act ass niggas. One drop rule ass niggas.
One drop rule. Now that's what's going on here. That's a good yep.
That was over 100 years ago. You still see it in these goddamn coats.
Mm-hmm. This is 100% the one drop rule. Because this chick, if she thinks this chick can fit in any Bantu Zulu community and looks like the typical population.
So damn stupid, man.
Yeah, this is the girl in question. As a matter of fact, let me show you her parents. So this is her parents. Her father is English, and her mom is mixed. Y'all might be familiar with her mom. She's played in a lot of movies.
Yeah, she looks very familiar.
Yeah, I just don't know her name. But anyways, this is her mom's parents. So her mom's father is white.
Right.
I'm assuming, Western European. And her mother is African, Zimbabwean. So when it comes to the genome of Nico Parker here, let me go back to her. Considering that she has a white father who's English, and she has a mixed mother, she's going to be roughly 75% Western European, and about 25% African. And when it comes to her father, again, like I said, he's English. You can easily look this up. Oi Parker. He's an Englishman. If you look at the genome of English people, the average, English person, they carry about 36% Anglo-Saxon, 21% Celtic, 91% Western European, so just generally France and Germany, and about 10%, 9% actually, I'll say, Scandinavian, and 3% Iberian and 1% Greek and Italian. But anyways, our focus is on the Scandinavian part. She likely, Nico Parker, she likely carries a small percentage of Scandinavian DNA. But regardless, she definitely is genetically overwhelmingly Western European. So I just don't get the point of being mad at a girl who's genetically mostly Western European playing Astrid, who the very director who created the character asked her to play.
Yep.
What is the issue? Unless we have this weird thing where, even white people who are 75% aren't considered white. And I have some comments to show y'all when we're done with the videos, because you'll be surprised that the one drop rule still exists. You'll be surprised at what people are saying online in the comments and things of that nature. But go ahead, Yeshuba.
Right. These people are the spiritual successors of the rednecks of the past, man. All these people, I lump all y'all in the same category. Black Hebrews are Afrocentric, and these online weird ass KKK members and skinheads. Knights of Columbus. That's what she belongs. That lady is a Knights of Columbus member. She got fucking, what do you call that? I am what you call a gold member. She's a gold member to the Knights of Columbus, man. She got the premium package. You understand? When it comes to being a part of that damn organization. Right? If we about to check this out. Hold on. Give me the screen again. Because we're going to play this thing all the way through and let her go through her deranged ass spiel.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings.
Confederate Army ass nigga. Knights of Columbus ass nigga. KKK daughter ass nigga. This is what we're seeing right here. It's about her race. I can't believe the fictional goddamn movie based off Training Dragons, right? That is made for kids. I can't believe they would put a black person up there. How dare they? Confederate ass army head ass.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love to throw out the
Bitch, Astrid doesn't exist. None of these characters exist. It's a fucking animation. What do you mean real?
Yeah, that part I was wondering. Yeah, I kept hearing that over and over again. It was like real.
Oh my fucking god, man. What the hell is my what the hell you say goddamn clip when you need it, man? Rewind that shit.
Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes.
What the fuck?
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
Well said, Lavelle. Well said. This is a retarded son of. What do you mean real? She does not. This character does not exist, dumbass. She doesn't exist. The hell wrong with you?
Definitely not in the books or in reality.
In reality, she don't fucking. This is a made up ass fucking person. And I remember. I'm old enough to remember. Avery, I'm old enough to remember when the Hunger Games came out. You remember old girl from District 4?
Rue, yeah.
Why she black? Why she black? She was actually black in the damn books, and y'all still did this same shit.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And the funny thing, Katniss Everdeen, I think, was described as being like kind of tan looking, like maybe she was potentially Mediterranean or maybe Hispanic or something.
Look at it, Duke Outlaw. He hit it right on the head right there, bro. She worried about one character like the whole cast ain't white. That's how racial purists think.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's how they think. They have this homogenous mindset that everything has to reflect their racial bubble that it only exists in their mind. The world don't work like that, motherfucker.
But when you think about it,
hold on, this concept of fucking race only exists in the realm of thoughts. It does not exist in reality. It's just some shit that's living in your head. You Confederate motherfucker. That's why I said I thought we killed you motherfuckers and we destroyed you motherfuckers in the Civil War. But seems like they got sons and goddamn daughters. Works on the internet. Hey, what's that? Hide the kids, hide your wife. They be racist everybody out here.
the funny thing is the entire cast technically is white. Again, Nicole Kidman is literally like 75% Western European. Like, so it's like she's you're right, Duke. She's this woman is mad over nothing. Like everybody is white. Only one cast member has a little bit of African ancestry, but her entire genome is mostly like if she were to take a DNA test autosomally, she's mostly Western European.
Hey, bro, here's the thing. These videos have the opposite effect of what they're intending to do. Because guess what I'm gonna do now? This wasn't even on my radar.
Yeah.
When this fucking movie come out, I'm gonna watch that motherfucker twice. Get the fuck out of here.
You know what? I think I might go see it too. I wasn't going to, but now I might.
Now I'm gonna watch. Matter of fact, can I pre-order the goddamn tickets?
You know, I might do that too.
All right, pre-order me some tickets to go see this goddamn How to Train a Dragon movie. The fuck out of here, goofy ass bitch.
I wasn't going to, but now I might, because I you know me, I don't go to movie theater that often, but I might do it this time.
Son said black folk will be bad too if it was reversed, even if the characters don't exist. Exactly, because they both sipping from the same mug. They getting high on their own supply. Racism is the central theme. When we're talking about this ideology, when we get to the root of it, on all of these damn cults, whether it be the KKK, the Knights of Columbus, Skinheads, or the damn Black Hebrew Israelites and the Afrocentrics, when we get to the core of these issues, it's the same ideology. Racism.
Yep.
They drinking from the same cauldron. They getting high off their own supply, Sean. That's why all of it sounds the same. You upset about this for what? It's a fucking movie about training dragons. You goofy.
But it has Vikings in it, and Vikings are real people.
Again.
And they were white.
Okay, Naruto has ninjas in it, and ninjas are real people, a real profession that people did. It's still a mythical fucking anime where people can do all type of crazy shit, even warp and bend goddamn reality. They can do all that shit, but goddamn, if it be a fucking character that's dark, you retarded son of a bitch.
Wait, did you say dark? That girl ain't dark. No, I'm playing.
One drop rule, they use that, man. They exercise that. The Walter Plecker shit is speaking right through her ass. That racial integrity law, I believe in 1924, is speaking through this motherfucker right now. This is the idiocy. This is the idiocy that we deal with, man. These modern day Confederates that we deal with today. She might as well do a video with a Confederate flag on. She might as well just represent the South, the Confederacy, and go on by her damn life.
You calling her a Democrat?
I'm calling her a goddamn Democrat, Dixie, daughter of fucking Woodrow Wilson, all that shit.
Dixie.
Goddamn Nazi, Hitler, all that shit. The fuck out of here. I swear, man, y'all need to talk about the movie Goof Troop. They need to do a live action of Goof Troop because you motherfuckers is goofy as hell, and they need to cast all you motherfuckers in the next Goof Troop. Shit. You can all be fucking Goofy's illegitimate goddamn children. Because all you motherfuckers is goofy as hell. Look at those full lips, though. Yeah. See, that's something Hitler would say. Negroid. Remember he called the Jews Negroid parasites? Oh, the nose and the lips. They used to say that shit about Jews. Like, they Negroid parasites. They're the results of Negroes. Oh my fucking! Somebody please put their foot up these people. This shit just, it's too fucking silly, bro. It's too silly.
Yeah, it is though.
Let's rewind it so we can define it.
What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race. Because this is a story about Vikings. Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You know, people love to throw out the term whitewashed a lot, but I would really love to discuss what kind of color washing is happening to every live action movie that comes out now. Didn't need it. Definitely didn't need it. Still don't want it. And here you guys are basically making the Lion King live action with How to Train Your Dragon. Just because you hired real actors does not mean that you're not.
What?
The Lion King live action. The girl is only like 20% African.
Wait, Lion King? Ain't those animals, you fucking idiot? That don't even make sense. That don't even correlate.
Because the girl has 20% African DNA, then it's the Lion King. Okay.
This is what she just did, bro. That's that bibbity bobbity boo shit I be talking.
Somebody tell his cheerleaders to get off yo dick. Because they gonna hype every single bar up that this nigga go spit. He can say something that doesn't make no sense. Like bibbity bobbity boo. They gonna be like, oh shit.
Bibbity bobbity boo. That didn't make no goddamn sense at all. What the fuck? Lion King, what the fuck Lion King got to do with what you're talking about?
With this white girl. Because that's basically what she is.
Listen, bitch, this is what you need.
Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
Please. Exponentially.
Expeditiously.
Bitch, who raised you?
Who raising these motherfuckers? I'm gonna tell you, Confederates. Goddamn Confederates, man.
Zombie Confederate.
You're not gonna have to CGI half that fucking movie. That's not even the point. I was willing to let go of the CGI thing when you weren't gonna do another race swap. What is so hard about staying true to the original stories? Do we have to keep reinventing them? Because obviously no one likes them. Except for...
Go back just a little bit where she shows Snow White.
Who the fuck is nobody likes them?
Yeah,
See,
I don't know.
Again, y'all live in the bubble in y'all mind where your perspective represents everybody else's. Bitch, I'm going to see the movie. And I bet it's going to do good at the fucking box office.
Yep.
Because guess what? Especially, what's the target audience? Kids.
Yep.
Kids don't give a fuck about your Confederate ass views. They just want to go see a damn cartoon movie that's silly and engaging to them, to their fucking age group. They don't give a fuck about none of this shit.
To most little kids, they're going to see Astrid as white anyways. Like, they don't understand all that race stuff that you learn as you get older.
Yeah, what the hell wrong with you, man?
But she said something. Can you go back just a couple of seconds? There was something I wanted to address. No, a little bit more, like 5 seconds. Something she said right there. Yeah.
Do another race swap. What is so hard about staying true to the original stories? Do we have to keep
Yeah, pause right there. A race swap. Again, back to this whole concept and talk about race. I'm just going to keep reminding people. Again, Nicole Parker is 75% white. There is no race swap. Like, she's genetically overwhelmingly white. Again, she's acting like they got a Nigerian chick to play the character. Is retarded. And also, when it comes to the whole Snow White thing, that's also kind of dumb because the actress that they have playing Snow White, her father is Polish and her mom is Colombian. And most Colombian people have like a pretty decent amount of Mediterranean European ancestry. And with her dad being like a complete Polish man, the actress playing Snow White is overwhelmingly genetically Western European and Mediterranean European. Highly doubt she has a high percentage of sub-Saharan African DNA. So that's another weird thing that people are mad about with this new Snow White movie coming out. It's like the chick playing she's European. Like, what's the issue? Anyways.
And Latinos are highly European, so don't even make no damn sense.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong? Like,
that's what I was saying. Like, her mom is Colombian, her dad is a literal Polish man. So the chick is like overwhelmingly European.
Public service announcement.
South Americans are European, overwhelmingly in terms of genome.
Public service announcement. Stop giving y'all children Ritalin. Stop. They'll grow up and be like this bitch. I promise you, it's something to do with the damn Ritalin shit. They brought that damn Ritalin shit on us millennials, and now you see the product. Now you see it today. These motherfuckers is off that Ritalin, man. I'm blaming the fucking Ritalin, man. Somebody contact FDA. Somebody do something about this shit, because this shit is an epidemic, you hear me? I think that Ritalin shit produce retarded motherfuckers like we see on the damn screen. I'm blaming the fucking Ritalin. I don't give a fuck.
Rachel Zegler, that's the one who's playing the new Snow White. And folks like this Astrid thing, folks are mad that, oh, it's a different race. Meanwhile, this is her parents. I just want to pull this up really quick and then we can get back to it. But this is Snow White's parents right here. Again, Rachel Zegler, her father is a Polish man, basically 100% European, and her mother is Colombian. And I don't mean to be that guy, but to me, it seems like her mother, even though she's Colombian, has a very high percentage of European ancestry.
Right. I mean, come on, man. It's obvious.
I don't think she's 100% Nigerian from an autosomal perspective.
Hey, this is perfect before you brought this up.
Got some information that you bitch niggas would hate to know.
They don't want to know that, man. They don't want to know that shit at all, man. Because, again, all your faulty logic bursts at the damn seams upon further investigation. All the shit you were saying. First of all, you talking about a goddamn fiction, a fucking cartoon, a fucking 3D animation here. Who cares who plays it? Why do you are a fucking adult and this shit made for kids and you crying and bitching about it, man? Oh yeah, she's slightly tan. Keisha says she's slightly tan though. They gonna say some shit about that. She gotta be Nordic white. It's called.
This is the weird thing about white supremacy, because they're outing their own people at this point. Like, you can be 90-80% Western European, and you're still considered the other. That's so weird. Like,
their own people. Yep.
Yeah, like, these are your people, and you're just like casting them out, calling them brown people and all this stuff. And it's like, bro, You literally are trying to make yourself a minority at that point, like
Right.
purposefully.
And the DNA scientists came in, man. They came in, and ever since then, you niggas been upset, bro.
Got some information that you bitch niggas would hate to know.
You know what I'm saying? They got some information that you bitches would hate to know, man. Yo. So that's our family right there, bro.
Yeah,
person
Polish
and
father
wife.
and a Colombian mother.
Anyway, let's go back. Oh my God, making the stink. That's that Ritalin face right there. He got a face like that. She tripping off that Ritalin, bro.
Inventing them because obviously no one likes them. Except for the loudmouth stars that you choose to do them, of course.
Wait, hold on. Who is nobody? Y'all keep saying nobody like them. Everybody loved Hunger Games. Y'all cleaned up and down. They run in the color swap, race swap, the black. She black in the damn book. Rue black in the damn book. And she black on the movie. And people still fucking watched it. Still people who still came out in droves and watched it. Same thing with Guardians of the Galaxy. We can go on and on and on. Everybody don't think like you, little miss Confederate. We got these damn online Confederates and shit.
Leftists.
Because here is the new Astrid saying I could never do America Ferrera's interpretation of Astrid because I am not her. Well, then maybe you shouldn't be her. Honestly, I think we're at the point where we can start calling this cultural appropriation. You know, I was willing to let go of the mermaid thing and the blue fairy thing and all these.
All right, so let me talk about this cultural appropriation
This
shit.
is a children's book made by an American. How is it a cultural appropriation? It's not like it's an ancient Nordic story. This is an American-made book for kids.
Right.
And the character doesn't even exist in the book.
Oh my God.
And what the hell you say? And you can't say that the movie is cultural appropriation because it's like kids of all quote unquote races loved that movie. So it's like you can't win with the book and you can't win with the movie. I don't get it. And again, the actress is like genetically overwhelmingly Western European too. So it's like I don't know. This whole cultural appropriation thing. I don't even think she understands the word. A book made by an American. Let me fact check really quick. I think it was made by an American. Could be wrong. Let me see.
Can we start with this cultural appropriation police shit? What does that even mean? That's another word that lost its meaning. Cultural appropriation. Culture exchanges hands. That's what happens. You hear a lot of African American, that's cultural appropriation. You see Japanese people rapping and dancing and doing hip hop. So you don't want nobody to grasp onto your culture. You don't want nobody to fucking experience and celebrate your culture. You don't want that. That's so fucking dumb. And that's not how human ancestry works. Life would be so goddamn bland and stagnant if we didn't share culture amongst each other.
All right, I fact checked.
Go ahead.
No, I fact checked. So it's a children's book written by a British author. So not an American, but a British author. But nonetheless, it's not like the book is an ancient 2,000-year-old Nordic tale, passed down from Viking to Viking. No, this is just a modern children's book written by a British woman who I think doesn't care if Astrid is played by Nicole Parker as well.
She doesn't.
So, yeah.
They made the decision, not this racist Confederate influencer.
Yeah, like the author literally doesn't care, nor does the director who created the character in the first place. So, yeah.
All right, man. This is Hey, listen, for everybody watching, this is retardation personified on the screen. This is the image. This is the effect of Ritalin. We should put on. This should be on one of them commercials. You are a family member. Have ever been prescribed Ritalin? One of them sad ass commercials with the negative ass effects from some kind of medicine. This should be the image they play on there. Instead of having people fucking. Why they always got somebody running through the tulips and shit in them sad ass commercials? You know what I'm talking about, Avery? The imagery is like all happy and the sun out.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Back in the early mid 2000s, it would be like a teenager in a dark gray room, and the camera angle has the Dutch camera angle, and I don't know, sitting in the middle of a corner. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, motherfucker, happy ass scene with a sad ass fucking. If you or a family member been a victim of Ritalin, call this number right now. You might be owed some goddamn money. Anyway.
These things, because those are just mythological, made up things.
Yeah, like the movie you're talking about, which is entitled "How to Train a Fucking Dragon." That's mythological, you fucking dunce. What is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with her, man?
Stupid!
Yo, this stupidity here.
But now you're just distorting history so that you can effectively pander.
Wait, history? I didn't know this is not no goddamn historical fucking film. Again, How to Train a Dragon. Even let me ask you a question.
21st century, written by a British woman. 21st century children's book, not ancient legendarium, not ancient tale, folklore passed down from the Vikings of old. Nope. It's about as modern as I don't know, SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's right. History.
It's about as modern as SpongeBob.
Yeah, I wonder what the historicity of training dragons. I wonder. Oh my God! Well, she probably live in Washington somewhere doing, because it's legal up there to do crack and shit.
Thing and the blue fairy thing and all these things, because those are just mythological, made up things. But now you're just distorting history.
Oh my God, man. Oh my God.
You're a fucking moron. You're a donut. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You're stupid. Dumb.
Well said, man.
What, are you retarded?
Shut up! You fucking retard! You fucking stupid retard!
Hello, Maxim Body. Yes, this is your brain. Okay. I just received too much stupidity. I know, stupidity overload. I cannot handle all this stupidity. Okay. Must shut down now. Okay. So you must kill self now.
This bitch is retarded, bro.
So that you can effectively pander. I hear a lot of people complain that we don't talk about Black history enough. Well, yeah, maybe it's because y'all are busy stealing everyone else's history.
I didn't know.
Hey.
I didn't know Black people were stealing a fictional history.
Hold on, just shoot. Did she just blame the entire, like anybody with black skin, the entire black race, quote unquote, because of this character who's like 70% white?
Yes, she did.
We're not the ones who casted her. We're not the casting director. Why are we getting blamed?
You stealing everybody else's history. You stealing everybody else's history, bitch. We talking about a film called How to Train a Goddamn Dragon. What the fuck?
You a pussy. You a pussy. You a bitch. You a hoe. That's what you, all of that. You a whole ass bitch. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna antagonize people, and when they get mad, you got a motherfucking mace. You a hoe. You a fucking hoe.
Your intellect is as weak as your dollar. Failure is your destiny. You disrespect yourself and your nation. You are made of stupid.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Sums it up right there, man.
I don't know how the entire black race got blamed for Nicole Parker being in Astrid, but okay. All right.
Yeah, it's stealing fictional fucking characters.
Even
Because this ain't got nothing to do with history. Can somebody please point to the epoch of time when people were fucking training dragons and flying through the sky and doing all this other weird shit that you see in the damn movie? This is not a historical piece, dumbass.
I just don't
This is
understand.
a fiction.
I just don't understand how we're to blame for a person who's 75% white playing a character. She's not even black. Like, she's not black.
Who raised these bitches, man? Anyway,
There's a second clip she has, and then we can get to the comments.
Hold up. Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
what you got?
Let me put the article in it.
Okay, let me show you.
An anti-woke content creator is getting dunked on for a horrific How to Train Your Dragon casting take. DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon live-action cast has been announced, and once again, people are not happy. Asterisk casting in particular has caused a small yet annoyingly vocal minority to kick up a fuss. And that's usually what it is. Like when BHI, they're a small minority, annoying vocal too. They kick up a fuss about dumb shit. You got the same thing with the damn sons and daughters of the Knights of Columbus, the daughters of the Confederate Army, the same shit. So although they seem to have conventionally forgotten who voiced her originally. Film has been anticipated for some time, especially as the original animated film is so beloved. And now we've been given a glimpse of what is to come, as well as who will take on the roles of Hiccup, Stoic, Asterisk, and Co. Stoic, Gerald Butler, will be reprising the role he lent his voice to in the first two animated films. Hiccup, originally voiced by Jay Baruch L., the movie's hero, will be played by Mason Thames. You might have seen Mason Thames, or Thames, however you say that, in supernatural horror, The Black Phone. And I'm so out of fucking the circle. I don't even know what The Black Phone is, man. Asterisk, Nico Parker, who you'll have seen in a live action adaptation of Dumbo and The Last of Us, will be taking.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Go ahead. Finish reading, then I'll talk about The Last of Us. Keep finished.
Will be taking on the role of the fearsome Viking warrior. What are you about to say?
People got mad that she played in The Last of Us as well, Nicole Parker, because she played
the daughter,
Joel's daughter, yeah, and folks were furious.
Well,
and she was like, I think like a kid at the time, underage or whatever, and people were like talking about her real bad and stuff, like, oh, this black girl playing Joel's daughter and she shouldn't do it and all this type of stuff. And it's like, bro, she's a kid, so like get off her case. And two, it's like she's still 75 something percent white, and she doesn't even last in the game that long. Like in the video game and in the TV show, Joel's daughter dies in the very first episode.
Yep.
And so it's like, what, you really want a little white girl to die so bad on like, is this what y'all arguing for?
And again, The Last of Us is a work of fiction. It started off as a video game. It's a complete fiction. It's in a post-apocalyptic world or whatever. People are upset because this character's not white. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they didn't want a 75% white girl to die. They wanted a 100% white girl to die. Keep that in mind. That's what people want. They don't want her to be 75%. They want her to be 100% and just see her die. Because again, in the video game, she only lasted in chapter 1 of the game. In the TV show, she only lasted in the first episode. Weird behavior. It's very strange. I don't get it.
Yeah, it goes on to read, it has to do with her race. That's what was said. She's obviously a daughter of the KKK and the Confederates. It says it's Astrid's casting that has certain individuals deeply upset, as if there aren't other more important things to be upset about in the real world. Exactly, because in your mind is so far from reality, it's not even funny. You live in an alternate fucking reality. Excuse me. That's why if you guys follow Jujutsu Kaisen, that domain expansion shit, he was talking about you niggas. That's made off of y'all. Because y'all create your own goddamn aspect of reality right there on the fucking spot and try to argue it to the death. You just made that shit up. None of that shit exists. It says, since the casting announcement, some have boldly proclaimed online that they think Parker is wrong for the role because, wait for it, she is mixed race. Here we go again. Parker is the daughter of a British director, O. Parker, and British actress, how you say that right there? Miss Newton, I'm going to say that. Whose mother is from Zimbabwe and whose father is English. That makes Nico Parker 1/4 Zimbabwean, which is apparently too much to play a Viking in a world where dragons also exist. Right. This whole thing is fictive. It's about flying dragons that breathe fire, right? Like, God forbid somebody that's, a little dark or a little too dark can play this damn role. It's a damn fiction, bro. Stop it. One individual, a content creator by the name of Mally Mouse, that's who we just watched, was so enraged that she actually exerted energy. Exerting energy into releasing a racist rant over the casting. She posted the rant on X where she started by saying, with a picture of the casting behind her, "What the fuck? And before you start with me, yeah, it has to do with her race." Wow, right off the bat, her reasoning for the uncontrollable anger is this is a story about biking. Yeah, and dragons too, which aren't remotely real. Exactly. Dragons are not remotely real, you dumbass. Mouse points to the character design for the animated version and says, "Look at the real Astrid. Blonde hair, blue eyes." Again, the character is not real. The character's not, bro. You guys live in an alternate reality, bro. Y'all live in an alternate reality. You're so goddamn deluded. These are made-up ass characters. Made-up ass characters. And here she go. Oh, look at the real Astrid. The real Astrid. Bitch, somebody tell this motherfucking Astrid don't exist. Please, somebody tell. Somebody tell her, man.
Emotional, damn it.
Again, the character is not real. She was designed and created by an animator. What's even more woefully ironic about this situation is that Mouse seems to have conveniently forgotten who voiced the character, while the rest of the internet hasn't. And now they are dragging her online, causing Latina actress America Ferrera, the voice actress behind Astrid, to trend on X. Considering that Ferrera is so proud of her cultural identity as Latina, one user felt Mouse's take was odd, replying to Mouse's first post, which simply reads, "You should not be Astrid," and features Mouse's blatantly racist video rant. X user Sam wrote, "An insanely weird take, especially considering the original Astrid was voiced by America Ferrera, an actress whose entire personality is being Hispanic." LOL.
I'm back. You can keep going, but I'm back.
Yeah, they were talking about the fact that the person that originally played Astrid was a Latina, and her personality was based off of being Hispanic.
Yeah, and the second movie was played by an Asian woman, I believe, as well.
Oh, so did she have a meltdown about that?
Nope.
Fucking idiot. Some pointed out the ridiculousness of trying to discuss accuracy in a film containing dragons. Another user wrote, yes, let's go back to the original actress who played this character. Noted white woman, America Ferrera. Genius. Also, to be clear, she is worrying about the historical accuracy of the race of a character in a movie about dragons. What are we doing? Exactly. This is Ritalin talk, bro. This is what happens when you have Ritalin in your system. You've been drugged by this damn Ritalin. This is why you start talking like this. Deluded and deranged. Many were just upset at the sheer vehemence and bigotry behind this, as one user responded, genuinely upsetting how passionately racist this one was. This streaking over historical accuracy when POC actors are cast in fantasy films adapted from animation has gotten so boring. Get over it. Your childhood is not under attack. Get some therapy so you can deal with your rage. Exactly.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's a cartoon character, man. A damn cartoon character. All right, I got one more.
Okay.
One more to do real quick. On stream.
And there's a second clip she has once you're done with that. And then I want to get into some of the comments.
It says, How to Train Your Dragon director responds. This is the director to Astrid live action casting backlash. And this is how he responds. We're crafting a fantasy. Why do you even? Oh, Avery, I just got pissed. Why does he have to say this? This should be fucking obvious, right? We're crafting a fantasy.
Yep.
Emotional, damn it.
Are you over here wetting the bed about a fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
We are crafting a fantasy, not historical fact. Dion DeBloy, director of the upcoming live-action adaptation of How to Train Your Dragon, has responded to criticism about Nico Parker's casting as Astrid in the film. How to Train Your Dragon will adapt the beloved 2010 animated movie, which America Ferrera voiced Astrid. In addition to Parker, the cast of live-action How to Train Your Dragon adaptations include Mason Gerard and Nick Frost. Ever since it was announced that Nico Parker would be portraying Astrid in the live-action movie, some people have criticized the casting choice since Parker is black while the animated version of Astrid was white. Recently, DeBloy posted his response to the criticisms on Instagram defending the casting choice. The director argued that it makes sense for Astrid to be black in the world of a live-action film and insisted that Parker was the best actor for the role. Read his full comment below. It reads, exactly. We auditioned many actors for the roles, including actors who look like their animated counterparts. But we chose the actors who best embodied the spirit and personality of the characters, since the tribe in this version is made up of descendants of the finest dragon fighters. hold on, bro. Dragon fighters. You talking about we talking about history? I gotta sound like my boy from the 76. We got AI. We talking about history? We talking about dragon fighters? Nigga, this is fucking fantasy. Who gives a fuck?
Whoa, you tell me you haven't heard about the dragon fighters of ancient
Scandinavia? Get the fuck out of here. Version is made up of descendants of the finest dragon fighters from everywhere the Vikings had ever traveled, which historically was far and wide. Vikings mixed with many cultures, and that is true. I showed the haplogroups earlier and included African haplogroups amongst the Vikings as well. And so still, we're crafting a fantasy, not historical fact, and all will be revealed in time. We're not making a shot-for-shot remake. We just struck close to key moments to honor the original, which I remain very proud of. The tease features a few of those moments. Instead of a completely new tale, we aim to embellish and deepen without abandoning the story that fans love. I mean, why does he have to come out and say this, Avery? Why?
Some people are just a bit, low IQ, so you got to help them out. You got to help them out with an article.
Yeah. Parker is a young actor, but she has previously earned acclaim for her role as Sarah Miller in HBO's Last of Us. This role, in addition to her other movie and TV show appearances, proves that she is a talented and rising actor. Astrid is one of the most important characters in the How to Train Your Dragon animated films, since she's a fierce Viking warrior who ends up being Hiccup's love interest. Based on DeBloy's comments, it is clear he is confident that Parker did a great job portraying Astrid's young and sometimes reckless energy. Again, and he said that's why he picked the actor, because he felt that she embodied the role better. See, he didn't go off race. So you motherfuckers just go off fucking race. Oh, what they look like? Yeah, they gotta be white, they gotta be black, they gotta be this. Like, oh no. Do you fit the character's role? All right, boom, she fit the role. That's why we auditioned. And again, it's a fucking fantasy, you dumbass.
No, you're wrong. This is propaganda from the Jews. It's the Jews. Blame the Jews. Trying to destroy the white race.
What's the guy in that had the ring and Lord of the Rings?
Sauron from Lord of the Rings.
Not Sauron. The one that had the ring the longest.
Oh, Smeagol.
Yeah.
Gollum.
These motherfuckers are Smeagol when it come to race, bro. My precious. That's you motherfuckers, man.
Gollum. Yeah.
And it corrupts you and destroy you, and then next thing you know, you're in a fucking cave somewhere eating fish for 400 years, looking like a goddamn golem.
Practicing cannibalism on goblins every once in a while.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh my God. Even though there's no reason for DeBloy to feel like he has to justify casting a black actor to play Astrid, the director pushed back against people who are calling the casting historically inaccurate. He pointed out that the tribe that will be seen in the live-action How to Train Your Dragon is made up of descendants of the best dragon fighters from everywhere the Vikings travel. Therefore, since the Vikings travel very far from their homeland, Astrid being black doesn't affect the story's realism.
He ain't even black. That's the funny part. Like, come on.
I was on Nico Parker casting as Astrid How to Train Your Dragon. Fortunately, the first trailer of How to Train Your Dragon did not include Parker as Astrid. Instead, it focused on Butler, Stoic, Mason, Hiccup, and Toothless. However, she is featured in the behind-the-scenes video of How to Train Your Dragon. In the video, Parker looks like she fits right into the world of How to Train Your Dragon and embodies Astrid perfectly. Therefore, fans should be excited to see more of her character when the movie is released in 2025. I'm excited just because this bitch went on this racist rant. Now I want to watch it. You went on the racist rant, bitch. Now I'm going to watch this shit. Fuck it. That's how you motherfuckers on the left operate. Y'all push us to these damn things. You understand? Anyway, what you got, bro?
The second clip is in the chat. I can actually put it. Hold on, let me download it again. Or can you access it?
Where is it at?
It's in the Facebook or chat. You should be able to see it. The second link.
No, this is the same one. You should not be asterisk.
Oh, let me see.
Molly Mouse? Which one? Oh.
There's two links. It's the one on the bottom.
Both of them say you should not be asterisk. The same clip.
Wait, what? Did I accidentally download this? That shouldn't be the same. Hold on. Give me a sec. Let me. I may have actually downloaded the same one. Let me go back.
What? Give me the gist of what she says on there. I'm pretty sure it's even more grossly retarded and Ritalin induced.
All right, here it is. I'm putting it in the chat. You can click it right about now.
Let me see. Oh my God. Yeah, this is a different clip.
Yeah. She responded to the people. This is a response to basically a lot of stuff that we said and, you know, what other people said.
You still shouldn't be asterisk because I'm a racist Confederate dickhead. The end.
Here's some comments some retarded people made on my last post. First things first, dragons are mythological. Yes, but Vikings aren't. Vikings, the people, the culture, the history, that is real.
No, these Vikings are mythological. The fuck out of here. These people are made up, you dumbass. There ain't no goddamn Viking dragon fighters, you idiot.
You know, that's like saying that Wakandans are real because Wakanda is a sub-Saharan African nation with sub-Saharan African people. It's like,
I said
what?
this before. Ninjas are real. That doesn't mean the characters of Naruto are real. Pirates are real. That doesn't mean the characters of One Piece are real.
That's a good one.
Ironically, it has Vikings in it. You know,
Oh yeah, One Piece has Vikings in. Yeah,
you know,
that's interesting. So I wonder how would she feel about One Piece Vikings? I'm curious.
it's so fucking stupid, man.
There's also Vikings in Marvel with Thor and all of them. Well, I guess they're.
And the audacity of this low IQ bitch. You want to call somebody else retarded. Bitch, you are literally the definition of retardation. Literally. Listen to what you're doing. You're talking about a goddamn fantasy. This movie's not real. And you're trying to put I guess you can use race because race is fiction too. I guess fiction and fiction together, I guess.
Yep. Race is a social construct. Yep.
Made up shit.
Which leads me to the next one. Bro, she's complaining about a historical accuracy in a movie with dragons. Didn't think I'd ever have to say this, but yes, because movies can contain both things that are real and are...
Oh, so this movie contains things that are real. So these motherfuckers that are dragon fighters, descendants of dragon fighters, training dragons and flying on dragons. Shut up. You sound dumb. Like, come on. You see even... That's what these motherfuckers on the left do. They double and triple down and make themselves look worse. You make yourself look worse.
Bitch, who raised you?
Fuck wrong with you?
Your anime analogy actually works quite well against this because, like you said, in most anime, they adapt some real concepts but put it in a fantasy world, like you said with Naruto. So yeah, it's like just because there's a few real life concepts doesn't mean you get bent out of shape over something like this. Like Naruto is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, like I guess you could say Japanese fantasy character. Like
when majority of Japanese people, matter of fact, that's what any goddamn anime. Majority of Japanese people don't look like that. Most of them are black hair, black eye.
Yeah.
But when you look at their characters, and then when we're talking about morphology and the shape, they give their women all these big ass breasts,
yes,
big hips and voluptuous thighs. That don't represent Japanese people, and that's okay. It don't got to because it's a fucking anime.
Mm-hmm. It's fantasy, kind of like how to.
Say that word again. What is it, Avery?
It's fantasy, kind of like How to Train Your Dragon.
Man, I wish I had that clip from SpongeBob when he said imagination.
Yeah, we need to add that. Yeah. We do.
Not at the same time. And in case you still need me to be specific, the dragons are not real, but the Vikings and the people that it was based off of are. This next one had me dying, and if you have any information to add to this, please do. Next up, Black Vikings are real. Yeah, about as real as transgenders. This is the answer Google gave me after about 5 whole seconds of research. While there is evidence that suggests Vikings may have been more diverse than previously believed, including the possibility of Viking presence in
Let's stop there. That kills all the dumb shit you're saying, even though we're talking about a fantasy. Historical Vikings literally were diverse. They literally had African components. You just fucking read it.
Yep.
You're not reading anything that debunks that or refutes it. But again, this is what people on the left do. They double, triple down, and they make themselves look worse. You just while there is evidence, what does evidence mean? To suggest that Vikings may have been more diverse than previously believed, like you still fucking believe, right? Because you were a fucking Confederate and you live. It's the year 1854 in her fucking head, and we in 2024. The possibility of Viking presence in Africa, the evidence for the existence of the Black Vikings is still extremely limited. It didn't say it doesn't exist. It's still there. We can therefore say that, and I can't read the rest of it. No, it is likely. It is not likely that. Let me let her read it because I can't see the rest of it.
Africa, the evidence for the existence of Black Vikings is still extremely limited. We can therefore say, no, it is not likely that there were Black Vikings.
Right. That does not revert any damn thing. The evidence is still there. It's limited. You fucking idiot. And that's why I wanted to open up with what I said earlier. So I'm going to have to bring it back up. It's from the actual study that collected samples from Wirral and West Lancashire. And you do find sub-Saharan African haplogroup E1B1A in Wirral, England. You find it there. But we shouldn't even have to bring none of this shit up. You know why we shouldn't bring none of this shit up? Because we're talking about a fucking fantasy. We're talking about a fucking fantasy where dragons fly and everything else exists. That's, pixie dust and shit. No, you can't have a black person there. Why would you do that? Shut the fuck up.
Bitch, who raised you?
Oh, I got confused on what I got something down. X. Oh, there we go.
Vikings lived in very, very white areas like Denmark, Scandinavia, Sweden. The only time in history that Black Vikings might have become a thing is through slave trade or assimilation through.
So you just destroyed your damn race argument again. Who cares if it came through slave trade or assimilation with the Vikings through farming, marriage? That's the point.
Literally, the point.
You just read something else, bro. That's seppuku. You literally just committed Japanese ritual suicide.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
It's like when we're talking about North Africa, right? Oh, black people in North Africa. Oh, they got there through slavery. Let's say they did. Who gives a fuck? Black people are there.
It's funny that she read this because the article you read earlier talked about the director, saying that these Vikings in this fantasy world mingled with other cultures and are a combination of the descendants of various dragon fighters. So her source kind of melds well with his interpretation.
Because he's speaking from a historical standpoint, and doing a historical standpoint, Vikings did have a African element to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you see an African haplogroup amongst them.
Yep.
E1B1B and E1B1A, those are African haplogroups.
Mm-hmm.
And this motherfucker is reading something that confirms the Africanity of some of these Vikings, which just blows up, and she don't even know she killing herself right. That's just the crazy part. You committed suicide I thought you couldn't post this type of content on social media. I didn't know you could put a suicide on fucking social media. I thought you get flagged and your video get put down.
Yeah, if you were to read her source and then read your article, it will just mesh well perfectly. Right? It explains everything.
Let's rewind that so we can define it.
Sweden. The only time in history that Black Vikings might have become a thing is through slave trade or a.
And then it says, according to reliable historical evidence. She didn't read a small number of Vikings had black or brown skin. That's what the look what it says right here. She didn't even read this part.
Yeah, she didn't read. She's cherry picking the piece. Yeah, hard cherry picker.
Even the part she did read blew up in her fucking face. I'm old school. When I grew up, we was watching Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I don't know if y'all don't know nothing about that. Wacky Racers, you know what I'm saying, Droopy. We was watching those things. And, you know, sometimes you'll see a scene where the character will try to blow up another character, and then they get the bomb and the shit blow up in their face. Even Looney Tunes, Daffy Duck used to blow his damn bill off. That's what she just did. She just blew a fucking bill off her face because she's a bird-ass bitch. This is some crazy shit, man. You literally got it on the... Avery, you can't make this shit up.
Nah.
Bitch, who raised you?
We gotta be in a fucking Twilight Zone.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Now, all you races exist in the damn Twilight Zone, man. Every time we do a video about y'all, we in the damn Twilight Zone. Like the same thing, like when you bring up, black people in ancient North Africa or something like that. They came from the Carthaginian slave trade. And okay, let's say they did. You're still admitting to the fact that black people were in North Africa. The same thing here. You're trying to highlight, it says through slaves. Okay, let's say that happened. That destroys your whole fucking argument, which shouldn't make any goddamn sense because we're talking about a fantasy, a fucking fiction. Who gives a fuck? But it's just like it hits harder because historically there were black or dark-skinned Vikings. Retarded motherfucker.
Assimilation through farming, marriage, combat, whatever.
That means they were there. Ain't no whatever, bitch.
You try to skip over that.
Don't try to skip over it now, bitch. We got some information that you bitches
Hey, some information that you bitch niggas would hate to know.
That's what we got. And that's what you put on the goddamn screen. And here's the thing. You sat down and edited this clip and you still uploaded it. You see yourself, bro, you have to sit down, edit this shit, and watch it again after you recorded it during your post, right? Your post-production, and watched it and read it again, and you still uploaded it, knowing goddamn well that you just shot yourself in the fucking foot. You can't make this shit up, boy. You cannot make it. Look at her face. She knows she just fucked up.
That's why she tried to quickly read over that last sentence.
Shit. This right. Oh my God, bro. You can't be this goddamn dense. You can't be.
They done left me in here with this retarded son of a bitch. He ain't got no name tag on or nothing.
You know, I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh?
Man, this shit writes itself, Avery. I don't know what else to say.
Scandinavia, Sweden. The only time in history that Black Vikings might have become a thing is through slave trade or assimilation through farming, marriage, combat, whatever.
Whatever? All right, Avery, I'm done with it. I'm not going to do the rest of the video. It's over. There's no point. Let's move on to the next one. You killed your fucking self. I thought you could not put this type of content. This is mature. This is content that should not be on the internet, man. I thought This is some gory shit. Somebody literally committed suicide on the fucking internet, bro. So we're gonna close this session. Now we're gonna deal with the Swedish people and the racist Swedes that's upset because you actually have a historical piece. That's why I wanted to put these videos together. I wanted to show them dealing with.
There's one thing I do want to say that she says later in the video. Can you skip then to the end, or just play all the way up to the end, and then there's something I want to say, and then we can do this.
I'm really done with this shit.
Oh, you are?
It's retarded, bro. Like I gotta move on to the next segment.
Now we can go to the Swedish piece if we want.
Yeah, this is silly, bro. What does she say? That's so.
She tries to make a comparison, saying that if they did this to Black Panther and Tiana and the Princess and the Frog, and I was going to just bring out why that is ridiculous.
Let them hold on. Let me say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick. If they did it to Black Panther, I don't know how you would reverse that, but let's play devil's advocate here. I don't give a fuck. That's still a fantasy. That's just a fucking fantasy film. They want to do it. It's up to the customer base to be like, we're going to go out and support it. The fuck out of here. Who cares? Oh, what if they made a Boondocks where the characters are not black and they're white? I don't give a fuck. You know how you show your support to something? You show it with your dollars. If you don't like something, you don't fucking pay for it. You don't go watch it. Not this fucking racial shaming shit that you doing on X and doing on social media. No, you can't have black people here. You can't have white people there. That's the problem. Your whole view is skewed by what you know as race. These can't be real. They're white, they're black, Fuck you. Fuck you. Who cares? Guess what? June, when that fucking movie come out, it's going to be a bunch of snot-nosed kids asking their mothers and their parents and their fathers, can they get some money to go to the movies, go watch this goddamn film? You brought up Last of Us. How well Last of Us did? I know it did well. This is how I know it did well. Everywhere I went, everybody was talking about that goddamn show.
And they got a season 2 coming out.
Right, they got a season 2. Who gives a fuck about this small, annoying voice on the internet? Same thing with you black Hebrews. Like, who cares? Who gives a fuck? Anyway.
Bitch niggas, I ain't fucking with y'all kind.
Anyway, I'm done with her, bro.
Yeah, we can go to the Swedish one.
We gotta move on to this asshole right here. Have the energy or the patience to even go through this one, but we about to go through it. You know, I just got highly annoyed that she just read a source that pretty much kills her whole fucking premise, and that wasn't the end of the fucking video. It was a minute and something left. I'm like, all right, I'm done. It's an hour and fucking 38 minutes in, and this bitch still hell no. Doubling and tripling down.
I'm addressing a topic.
Like Kamala supporters, double and triple down. Even after they fucking lose, double and triple down.
Today I'm addressing a topic of great importance, one that affects the very core of our national identity, the portrayal of our history. And I'm talking about the Swedish television's new documentary series, The History of Sweden. This series promises a comprehensive look at our nation's past, from the earliest settlements to modern times. But there is a concerning trend in this series that we need to talk about, and that is the increasing tendency, not just in Sweden, but within the entire Western world, to reinterpret our history through the...
Reinterpret our history. So, okay, we're not going to depict history, you know what I'm saying? And this is a state-funded project. I would hope that the state-funded project would go off empirical evidence, not based off of what you and your grandmama think. So you want us to interpret history through the lens of racism, through your fucking bubble, your fucking echo chamber. That's how you want it. You don't want to do it off of DNA evidence, what's found in the ground, the skeletal remains that were actually present during that time. You don't want to do that. No. We got to be sensitive to your race fucking ideology. This is idiocy, man. This is fucking pure idiocy.
The lens of today's multicultural society.
The lens of a multicultural society. First of all,
it's the Joes. Blame the Joes.
Oh my God. Let me go. Let's rewind that so we can define that.
Times. But there is a concerning trend in this series that we need to talk about, and that is the increasing tendency, not just in Sweden, but within the entire Western world, to reinterpret our history through the lens of today's multicultural society. Let's consider the casting choices. For the first settlers in Sweden, the hunter-gatherers, many of these actors were likely recruited from Tensta, where the producers advertised for actors and extras. Tensta is a suburb known for...
Avery, give me the Gravitian depictions. The Graviton depictions of early Europeans.
Yeah, give me a sec. Let me
Can you load that up for me while this plays?
Yeah.
Because that's what we're seeing depicted here. Ancient cultures of Europe. And they were obviously darker skinned people. There's some intermediate skin there. So what is this film depicting? Their historical accuracy. Now, this lady was all upset in arms about a fucking fantasy film and about one fucking player, one fucking role being cast by a quote unquote black person. She was all up in arms talking about historical accuracy. This is fucking fantasy. Now we actually have a film that's meant to show the history of Sweden. And they're doing a great job. It is accurate. And these assholes are going against it. So no, it has nothing to do with historical accuracy at all. You're just fucking racist. You're just fucking racist, and you view the world through the lens of fucking racism. Confederates, Ku Klux Klan members, skinheads. Through the lens of multicultural. Nah, you viewing the world through the lens of Woodrow motherfucking Wilson. Through the lens of a grand fucking wizard.
Not just in Sweden, but within the entire Western world, to reinterpret our history through the lens of today's multicultural society. Let's consider the casting choices. For the first settlers in Sweden, the hunter-gatherers, many of these actors were likely recruited from Tensta, where the producers advertised for actors and extras. Tensta is a suburb known for its immigrant population, and these actors have Middle Eastern and African backgrounds. This doesn't accurately reflect the ethnic origins of Sweden's early inhabitants. Why would SVT choose actors with immigrant backgrounds to represent our Swedish ancestors?
För att hon såg ut som jag, eller jag som henne. Så att man kan säga att jag är faktiskt the original Swede av det här bordet.
Share my screen.
This seems to be part of a larger trend where our...
I'm going to try to get the... Here, you can do some talking on this. I'm going to try to pull up the actual, whatchamacallit. But these are some reconstructions. I'm trying to get the location and the date. I think it's Scandinavia. But give me a second.
I got one. Hold on, I got you. This is an early European depiction because I use this in my group here. Hold on. This is a representation of early Europeans. This is a reconstruction. Hold on, let me show y'all this. This is a reconstruction of early Europeans. Dark skinned male. This is an accurate depiction. Why? Because they sequenced the genome, and the genes and the alleles responsible for pale skin were not present in these skeletal remains. So they are basing this on the findings. You're basing it on race and your ideas of race. You fucking Nazi. That's what you're basing it on. So you want them to just base it on that instead of going off the goddamn evidence. That's why I showed this in the beginning of the fucking video. A new scientific truth is usually not propagated in such a way that opponents become convinced. To hell if you're convinced. Fuck you. and discard their previous views. No, the adversaries eventually die off. Your kind is dying off. You've been dying off since the Civil War. You got your cap twisted in, you're getting your cap twisted now. You was lying then, and you're lying now. No, the adversaries eventually die off, and the upcoming generation is familiarized anew with the truth. Goddamn idiots. Thank you, Palermo. That's what I was saying. These are their fucking ancestors. These are their ancestors. They're not accurately depicting you. They're not accurately. You guys are fucking disgusting. Grand Wizards Online. Grand fucking Wizards. That's what you are. So the state-funded project to do this film, they went and got these people that would better represent that era. But you wanted to go get some white snowflakes some damn way and put them all over the film. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
I don't know what this fear of melanin. Like what's like they think it's something spooky or something? Like
I said this in the beginning of the video. All of your ancestors look like this. They were darker skinned people. All of them. All of these ancient people, this is what they look like. Matter of fact, the oldest skeletal remain in Europe is a dark-skinned individual. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
You talking about Chatterman or?
That's not the oldest, Avery.
No.
The oldest is 45,000-year-old sample that's haplogroup K2A, and it was found in I want to say Croatia, not Croatia. It escapes me right now. I'm trying to find it. I'll show you here. I might have it in my Facebook group. You stop sharing. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay, this right here that I have, I just found it. It's in my photos. I saved it.
You had a fire one, man. My wife took a liking to it. It's a girl, a European girl.
Oh, that's a yeah, that's the upper Paleolithic Europeans. Right. Yeah.
The first ones. The first ones. Yeah, you had a fire one, bro.
Yeah, I think I can find that. Hold on, let me see.
You pulled it up while I try to find this.
But what I have up here on the screen, this is an academic reconstruction of the two Scandinavian remains, SHG fishermen. So Scandinavian hunter-gatherer fishermen from Norway. I found this in my
right. You know how they say, "Oh, we descend from Cro-Magnons. We descend from Cro-Magnons." I hope you two don't flag this because they when they did this reconstruction, they did these two people naked. So,
well, just show their upper half of the body. Don't show the lower half.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do.
By the way, genomic analysis. Oh, he's showing your image. So never mind.
To the right, this is what Cro-Magnons will look like.
They always have Cro-Magnons looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something. Like they always have those images online.
Not on the left. Look to the right.
Yeah.
He's very Africoid, very dark skinned, and I can't show you the whole image because for some reason when they reconstructed it, they these motherfuckers made them all naked. And I know YouTube will probably take.
Yeah, they will. They'll flag you.
This is a depiction of. You can type in Cro-Magnon on Google reconstruction, and you will see this man here. Very Africoid looking man. This will represent your early European.
No, I prove that's a Cro-Magnon. Show me in the paper where it says he's a Cro-Magnon. That's clearly a monkey.
It's clearly a monkey. The paper literally
prove it.
The paper literally says that, but let me stop my stream so I can stroll down past the nudity. All right, let me bring the stream back up. You know, YouTube, they petty as hell, man. All right, so this is the bottom of the picture. To the left is a Neanderthal, and to the right is a Cro-Magnon in juxtaposition as reconstructed by Audrey and Alphonse Kenneth in the Arnhem studio. So, yeah, that's a Cro-Magnon. Like, we come from Cro-Magnon. Yeah, Cro-Magnons would have been dark Africoid people, phenotypically and morphological wise. Anyway, let me get the other one. I'm gonna find it here. But do you have that picture of that girl?
Oh, hold on. I was doing something else. Let me see.
They're so perturbed by the
There's these girls right here. These are upper Paleolithic girls or Paleolithic girls.
yeah, shows of Europe, early Europeans, what they look like.
I'll try to find the other one that you was talking about, but here's a few. Here's 3.
Yeah, those are perfect.
Reconstruction of Paleolithic European girls by Tom Bajork Lud. Bajork Lud? I don't know.
Yeah. Have fun trying to say that shit.
That's how you know he's European.
Right. Dark skin, Africoid looking. Why are they doing this? Oh, they're doing it because they're woke. No, they're doing this because they're going off of the genetic. They're going off of the genetic information that they're finding in combination with the skull shapes and bone structures and stuff of nature. They're taking all those things into consideration when they make these reconstructions. That's the one right there. Yeah, that's the one my wife liked. It kind of looks like my wife too. So this one right here, very beautiful picture here. This is what early Europeans would have looked like. And again, this is based off the data and evidence from the skeletal remains from Europe. Oh,
did you say she looks like your wife?
Yeah, she looks similar.
You know your wife is white, bro. Why are you saying that? you paid by the Jews. Your wife is a Jewish white woman, bro.
A white Jewish woman, yeah. Hey, but yeah, man, that's how they would look. So the government of Sweden, when they created that historical documentary, they were on point. But again, even when it is a historical fucking film, you racist, you online fucking Ku Klux Klan members lose your shit. Because it's not even about historical representation or accuracy. It's all about your racial views.
Yep.
And you think everyone else in the world, including filmmakers, should uphold those views and reinforce and buttress those views. Go against the data. Go against the data. Go against the data so my racial sensibilities are pleased. Fuck your racial sensibility. Like I said, the Confederates were defeated in 1865. Last time I checked, you ain't running a goddamn thing. Only thing you running is your fucking mouth on social media.
That's like they somehow return. It's kind of like in Star Wars episode 9. Somehow Palpatine returned.
Yeah, somehow Palpatine. Yeah, that's you motherfuckers, man. Palpatine in the fucking flesh, man. Old in the spirit, you do have an old, decrepit, white, racist motherfucker in your mind. So that's actually perfect. That's apropos, Ivry. That's on point, Ivry, because that's what they represent. That's how they argue, like an old, decrepit, corrupt ass, Confederate fucking motherfucker.
Also, don't forget, not just Upper Paleolithic Europeans were dark skinned, the precious Neanderthals, because for some reason the same crowd loves the Neanderthals. Neanderthals were also dark skinned.
You got that the Darga land?
Yeah, let me.
There's a couple of them reconstructions that came out recently.
This same guy who I'm showing you images of, he also made Neanderthals. Here's his Facebook.
I found it. Romania. That's the one I got. 40,000 year old European.
This is a Neanderthal made by the same guy who made the Upper Paleolithic Europeans.
It's interesting that Palermo brought up. Looks like she could fit in parts of India today. People forget that Indians are Eurasians.
They do forget that. They really.
And they're dark skinned, you idiots.
That's all the original European population looked like, was basically Indians. Right. Dark skin, Caucasoid morphology.
Negritos and the antecedents of Australians pretty much were all throughout Europe as well. That's how they got to Australia. Dummies.
But here's another Neanderthal. Well, this is Homo erectus right here. Let me show you. This is Homo erectus, which is an ancestor. Well, yeah, ancestral to Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens. But again, back to the Neanderthal. This is again a Neanderthal right here. Here's another Upper Paleolithic European right here.
Yep. Kind of look like Ngozi.
Yeah.
Look like Ngozi, right?
Yeah. Maybe a thinner nose, but yeah.
Yeah, favorites.
Ngozi looked like a Somali. But anyways, here's a Upper Paleolithic woman.
So these are Upper Paleolithic where?
Europe.
And Europe. These are early Europeans he's showing y'all.
Yeah, European.
Constructions.
Here's the creator of the so y'all can see. Again, it's Tom. He made all these. He's an artist. So it's not like it ain't Afrocentric. It's not like a black person making these. Like this is a white guy making these.
Yeah, this ain't somebody on Sonnet or TV, bro. These are people that are in the field of paleo anthropology, genetics.
Yeah. And certainly not a Jewish guy with that last name. So, because some people like to say, "Oh, the Jews, they're trying to make Europe black or whatever." Like, no, the guy who makes these recreations is not Jewish. So.
Right. So for the lady earlier, the young lady earlier that had that racist conniption, these are your ancestors. Literally your ancestors that we're showing you. And the depictions of your great grandmothers and grandfathers.
Here's a Neanderthal. I'll show you all right here.
Yeah, that's recent, right? That's the recent one.
I don't know how recent.
Because I remember that was one recent, but it was a woman.
And again, to the weirdos, whether it's on the Afrocentric side, Neanderthals were not white. Neanderthals, white people don't get their light complexion from Neanderthals. They were just as dark as anybody else. And they're not Nephilim. They're humans. Neanderthals are humans. They're Homo sapiens. They're not anatomically modern humans. They're archaic humans, but they're humans nonetheless. Hey, it's obvious that they're humans because we could breed with them. Like if they weren't human, then we wouldn't be able to breed with them. But anyways, go ahead.
You will be able to breed. Bro, the crazy part about what you just said, man, that don't register with these guys. Neanderthals went extinct around 30 to 40,000 years ago. Yeah. Many of the images of European, like Upper Paleolithic onward, that you were showing is after that period.
Yeah, people like this.
Yeah. So they couldn't have got white skin from Neanderthals because
that's the point. Yeah,
they were dark skinned after Neanderthals died off. Idiots.
That's a good point. Yeah.
For thousands of years. Oh, but it's the cold. They were living in cold, frigid places. The Ice Age. Oh my God.
It doesn't matter how cold it was. They had the genes. They had genes that's associated with sub-Saharan Africans, Dravidians, and Australians that possess dark skin. So it doesn't matter how cold it is. You're still going to have those genes that express dark complexion.
Exactly. And vitamin D. These people are hunter-gatherers, so they would have plenty of vitamin D, especially if they're fisher-gatherers.
Which we know they were.
Right. They would still maintain it. They would still be able to maintain their vitamin D consumption.
Yep.
Which lends credence to the theory that when you start seeing agriculture, then you start seeing lighter skin. Because now they got a way to supplement their vitamin D through drinking milk.
Yeah. Human populations only started turning light skinned relatively recently because of drinking milk. Like it was pastoralism and farming in the Near East that made humans develop light skin. And I think it's even believed
in the Near East, right?
Yeah, in the Near East. Yeah.
Not in Italy.
No, not in Europe. No.
Oh, not. Iberia?
Nope, not in Europe.
What about
light skin did not originate in Europe. No.
Oh, whoa, are you sure?
Yep.
Because I just heard this Swedish motherfucker. They're not accurately depicting. Eat a dick.
Now, light skin developed in the Southern Caucasus, northwestern Anatolia region in the Near East. And then those Near Easterners migrated into Europe.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. And so that's why there's light skin in Europe today. Light skin didn't enter into Africa until 5,000 years ago with the KEB population, a North African population, KEB. They didn't get light skin until like 5,000 years ago. Then you can see from their haplogroups, they got like G to A and T and other stuff among them.
Which is early European form, right?
Exactly. And that's when you also start to see pastoralism enter into Africa too. When it comes to East Africa, they didn't get the light skin alleles until 3,000 years ago. The Cushitic populations, because they also carry the genes for light skin, even though it's not expressed in all Horners, they still have it. And the Khoisan, they got the light skin gene about 2,000 years ago after mixing with Cushitic populations, East African pastoralists. So light skin is fairly recent. That's why it's also not good to use the Khoisan as an example of what early humans look like, because Khoisan today have that light skin gene when Khoisan 300,000 years ago didn't have that then. So you can't use modern day Khoisan as a representation of.
Oh, wait. You can't use modern populations.
Nope. You can't use modern populations to represent ancient human populations. No.
Oh, okay. Because I was on the place called Facebook, and I heard people doing exactly that. Trying to use how people look today to try to like, your ancestors gotta look like you. Your ancestors not gonna look like you.
No.
Come from motherfuckers. African Americans should be saying that shit all. A fucking 40% of y'all don't come from Africans, but you may have a morphology of an African.
Yeah, like no human it's you got to be very, very careful using modern populations to represent ancient human populations. Like even when it comes to West Africans, because I know some people love to look at West Africans as like the pure race, like they represent like a pure African type, when it's very highly likely the original West Africans, or should I say those who carry E1B1A, their ancestors potentially look like this.
Yeah.
This is a Kifian from the Green Sahara.
From Niger, right? Northern Niger.
Yeah, of Northern Niger. And this right here, this is, I think, a Sealer man from Mali.
Yep.
This is likely the original phenotype of E1B1A carriers. I don't know if y'all can tell, but these phenotypes are very different from modern day West Africans and Bantu peoples, modern day Niger-Congo speakers and Bantu people. So you shouldn't look at like a modern day Nigerian and be like, oh, E1B1A always look like that. Not necessarily. At least going with the possible interpretation that E1B1A is a Turfer alt-like population.
Well, we always bring up the Chadian people. Where do they come from? They come from the Balkans, Central Europe.
Yeah.
Well, if they come from Central Europe, you understand, this quote unquote, I hate using this term, Negroid or Africoid look they have today is not representative of all their damn ancestors. Now,
this is what the RV88s probably look like coming into Africa. Exactly. RV88 would have looked like Upper Paleolithic Europeans, dark skin, with I guess you could say dark skin with robust Caucasoid features, I guess.
Right. And this right here that you shown on the screen will make that racist Grand Wizard that we were just watching, it gets fucking skin crawl, man.
All because someone has melanin. I will never understand why having melanin is like so scary. Or your ancestors having melanin is so scary. I don't get it.
I'm gonna tell you why it's so scary. Because they're going off a 19th century doctrine known as race. That's why. and racial purity. That's why. Because they think that they can retrofit the way they look throughout several millennia, all the way back to the first motherfucking humans in Africa, in Europe, and say, "Oh yeah, since I look like this, then my ancestors." You are a product of your ancestors, not the other way around, dumbass. And to address what Palermo put here, he said SLC 4A5 did not appear to about 25,000 to 28,000 years ago. So first European hunter-gatherers will be darker. The oldest SLC 4A5 sample is, I think, from about 14,000 years ago. And here's the thing about that.
Yeah, Caucasus hunter-gatherer. Yeah.
Yeah. Where is that at?
In the Caucasus. In Georgia specifically.
Exactly. And Avery pointed that out earlier.
Yeah. In Georgia specifically.
What's good, fellas?
What's happening?
Peace.
Hey, what's up, Joe?
And listen, I wanted to show this map real quick because you guys were talking about the SLC4 2A5 and the hurt gene, the allele. So I want to show this map real quick that I had. I think I showed this before on one of the lives, and it has a good breakdown of. Hold on, let me grab it real quick.
Yeah, Sat Serbia. Yeah, Palermo is in Sat Serbia.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, that town or cave, should I say? It was in the cave.
Yeah. Am I sharing?
You're sharing. It's on the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So I just want to show, even up in Scandinavia, if you look at the pie, right, it's intermediate to dark skin, and most of the pie, I want to say probably about 60% of this pie up here is dark skin. So. And then even if you go into the Baltic hunter-gatherers, 13,000 to 5,900 years ago, you see the pie again, and it's an intermediate to dark skin, variable eye color, OCA2, dark hair, all right, and you see the majority of the pie. Well, this is probably like 80%, 70, like 80% of the pie.
Hold on, Sean. I gotta properly put this on here before you go in and cook niggas like this, bro. I gotta properly
got some information that you bitch niggas would hate to know.
All right, now go in.
Yeah, then you go over here to the Western hunter-gatherers, whole 14,000 years ago. All right. Well, this is what area is this here? This would be what area would this be?
That's Western Central Europe, like Germany and stuff.
Okay. So the Western hunter-gatherers here, you see, it says up to 14,000, 19,000 years ago, 14,000 years ago. And you see they're moving upwards, these darker skin hunter-gatherers moving into Scandinavia, into the Baltic. All right. And dark skin, blue eyes, OCA2, dark hair. You see the whole pie is dark. All right, so dark skin. All right, and we know that blonde hair. All right, origin of blonde hair came out of Russia, ancient North Eurasia. So this would be like Russian area. Siberia's up here, but you see it 18,000 years ago. All right, this is the prediction of where the blonde hair would have came in from. It would have came in from the Russian area. So I just want to share this real quick because I seen the brother. What's the brother name? Let me look at his name again. Palermo. Yeah, Palermo. Yeah, Palermo. He was speaking on the SLC 24A5 and the hurt gene and the OCA2. He made a couple of comments on it. So I just want to show a good map of what he was trying to share with the people, and this I think is a great map for it. So that's it. I just want to share that real quick. I was doing more listening tonight than anything else. I didn't want to disturb it, but once this came up, I said, let me share this map so everybody can see. You see the
Abachi.
And you see the origin of blue eyes over here 42,000 years ago. Light skin 22,000 to 28,000 years ago. So the brother was pretty much on point when he said around the time when light skin allele showed up, the SL24A5 and SLC45A2. Yeah.
So wait a minute, Sean. Wait a minute, Sean, because sometimes you gotta cook niggas a little longer, bro. So when the Swedish man was talking about the first people of Sweden, and he went back to 11,000 years ago, he said it was not accurate. What does that say right there? 19,000 years ago, 14,000 years ago, Western hunter gatherers. What does that say right there? Dark. Does that say? Maybe I can't read. You know what I'm
exactly what the picture showed when you was talking about the movie. Dark skin, blue eyes. OCA2, dark hair.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right. So he full of shit.
right.
He full of sugar, honey, iced tea. All right. Okay.
So, yeah. I should have shared this with y'all a long time ago. I'm gonna put it in the back chat, or I'm gonna put it in the Facebook, our Facebook messenger, so everybody will have it.
What paper is this? Is this the Yanaya paper? Because he's asking
for the Caucasus paper.
The Caucasus
yes, it's the Caucasus paper.
Oh, the Saserbian paper. Okay, yeah.
No, not that one.
Yeah.
Different one.
So, but I like this map because it lays it all out. It lays it out. So
yeah, and y'all can't run to the Yanaya no more. Y'all can't run to the Yanaya no more because the Yanaya were intermediate and dark skinned as well, man. Which goes to the point of them using a Middle Eastern person to play one of the roles. Intermediate skin existed. Yeah, you got it right there. Boom.
Facts.
Goofy motherfuckers. Goof troop ass niggas, man. What the hell's wrong with these people, man?
So contrary to what people believe that, blonde hair started in the Scandinavian area, no, it actually came out of Russia and made its way in. Made its way in. Blue eyes would have been in the area.
That's some emotional day.
Emotional, damn it.
So Europe ain't the Europe that these niggas got they mind. The Europe that's in their mind is How to Train the Dragon. It's fictional. That's the Europe they got in their mind, son. Because what you're showing here through the scientific data, it's showing that Europe was pretty much dark as hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And you see there's some of the oldest. Look, there's some of the oldest. 14,000 years, 11,000 years, 19,000 years.
You know what Sean, you know what you did when you came on here? This is what you did.
Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
That's what you did, man. You put cases on all these bitches, man.
Yeah, I just want to share that with the fam real quick.
Right, Palermo. That's what the theory is, that you need all three of those genes in conjunction to produce a pale skinned person. That's the theory that was put out there a couple years ago. We got Orthodox More in the building. What's going on, G?
Not much. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can.
That's what's up. Just testing out some new equipment right quick.
Oh, you got some new samurai?
Yeah, I had to get a whole new computer and microphone and all kind of stuff in.
Okay.
What happened?
You're super clear right now.
That's what's up. Nice.
What happened to your joint? It blew out on you? It went
sure did, bro. Yeah, sure did, bro. Just gave out, you know what I'm saying?
Palermo, excellent point. Southern European, light intermediate skin tone, not pale type 1. Yeah, that's what people got to understand. Intermediate skin and not pale skin. More on the screen right there. I had to blow them up real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Can I blow up more?
Yeah, me and more would be
intermediate. That's intermediate skin right there.
Facts. All day.
You know what I'm saying? So, people got to understand the lingo, man. You got to understand the lingo. And this racist motherfucker had a problem with this Middle Eastern looking woman playing, as a early Swede. But she was fitting that mold too because she's intermediate skin. So none of this shit.
Hey, put me back up right just for like a second. So what you're saying is like, so back in the day when the whole world was dark, I would have been the white man.
Yeah, according to them, you know. Pale skin was rare as hell. Like, do we gotta do this again tonight? Like,
You can bring me back there. I'm just saying, that's crazy.
oh God.
I would have been the white man.
Let me all right. Hey Avery, this is the picture I was talking about earlier. The oldest
okay.
European sequence DNA. This is what that reconstruction looks like.
That's a Cro-Magnon or a Neanderthal?
I believe a Cro-Magnon in Romania.
Okay.
Or at least a descendant of, a product of, whatever, you know. Haplogroup K2A, I think it was.
Oh, K2. Okay.
Yeah. Oldest DNA, Y chromosome DNA sequence found in Romania. Oh, I see, man. And then here's the migratory route here for K2. You see a lot today with Negritos. That's why, really, what Sean said in one of our prior episodes, Negritos are really a relic of what ancient Eurasians look like. They're really a relic because, you know, they retain those features that many of their cousins and kinfolks lost. Right, Palermo, let me put that Fitzpatrick scale up real quick, so we can show the audience what he's discussing here. Just bring it up. I want the one with the skin. Of course, I ain't gonna find the one with the damn skin. But there's an amazing Fitzpatrick scale with actual skin, where they have people's arms right there that you can actually compare and contrast. But here's a simplistic one. Y'all can see this. My screen up. All right, boom. So, oh damn, it's all blurry. So type 1 is what he was talking about earlier, light or pale white pigmentation. This was very, very rare at the onset of the Holocene, I believe, in Eurasia and the Southern Arc. You really didn't see light or pale skin like that. Type 2 is white, fair pigmentation. And type 3, that's where we get to medium to olive pigmentation. Type 4, moderate brown pigmentation. Burley burns, tans with ease. Then type 5, brown to dark brown pigmentation, as you can see here. Then type 6 is black, very dark. When you go into like the papers of the Southern Arc, which I'm about to pull up here in a minute, early Europeans, many of these people were dark, brown, and intermediate. So intermediate would be, you know, around this region here. Type 3 and brown would be type 4. So watch this. We go to the infamous paper, man. I remember when this paper first came out, we celebrated this damn paper. And that's from, got it up here somewhere, Genetic Probe. Where is that? Right here. This is from the paper, Genetic Probe into the Ancient and Medieval History of Southern Europe and West Asia. See all these geneticists. They ain't got nothing to do with no damn woke ideology. These are people studying the genes of the skeletal remains in these regions known as Europe, Eurasia, Anatolia. They're looking in the Near Eastern places, and they're looking at the genes, analyzing and seeing what these people would have looked like. You understand? You made these preconceived notions. You racists make the preconceived notions based off your racist ideals that only exist in your mind, don't exist in reality. They're making these reconstructions. They're making these historical films like the First Swedes based off of data like this. So when we go down to this chart right here, this chart killing y'all, man. It kills you goddamn online clan members. I'm telling you. All right. So the bottom chart is representing time. So you got 2,000 years ago, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000 years ago. This pink color represents pale skin. You don't see pale skin in any of these regions until about 10,000 years ago. So what's the fucking problem? Why do you have this idiot here getting upset that his country decided to make a film about the first Swedes and depicting them to look like this? Like this sister right here, and like this brother right here. I'm gonna show you that this is apropos with this damn chart that I got.
Oh, word! That's what he's wilding on.
Yes, bro. Yes.
Wow.
More, you should. If you was checking the Facebook Messenger, he was dropping all of this in the Facebook Messenger earlier, and we was going in on it.
Yo, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna mute up. Oh wow.
Wow, man. So now we're gonna go back to this chart right here, and we can see because those images is like 13,000 years ago, like right after the Ice Age. What do we see here between 14 and 12,000 years? What is this? We're gonna call this brown, and then we're gonna call it dark brown. Yeah, caramel and dark brown, and then a light brown, right? What does that represent? What does the caramel represent? Oh, dark skin. That's what it represents. Dark skin. You know, this is why these leftists, man, these leftoids.
No, those are Arabians, bro.
Yeah, they would love for us not to be able, not to be literate. So we'd be able to read stuff like dark and dark to black and comprehend charts. They would love that. What is that? Oh, what's the dark brown? What is that? Oh, dark to black. Oh, wait a minute. Between this period, we see dark to black people. We see dark people. Oh, what is this right here? What's this tan color? Intermediate people. Guess what we don't see? We don't see any pink, which represents pale skinned people. Oh, so what does this mean? That lily white influencer that we watched earlier that had that racist ass rant about a fantasy film, film of fiction about flying goddamn dragons and Viking dragon fighters. She was upset that one of the actors have some kind of African ancestry. She was upset about that. Your fucking ancestors would have been dark to black, dark or intermediate. Your ancestors were heavily melanated. And for this pasty white snowflake, the same applies. This pasty white snowflake, you inherit those blue eyes from dark-skinned hunter-gatherers. That's just grounded in fucking fact.
Hey, Bree, we got to finish our storyline on Lord of the Rings, fam, because we got to break hard talk because this is ridiculous, man. This is utterly ridiculous.
Hey,
things are getting out of hand.
Hey, Yeshu, put that scale back up from the paper you just had up with the skin.
You seeing the Facebook chat more?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm catching up. I'm catching up right now.
Folks are wilding out, bro.
And just for effect, you see this small slit at the very top graph on the right-hand side. See this small slither of pink up here? This is the just for effect. All right. This small slither very up all the way up top is your pale skins. All right.
Yeah.
This is the
which is rare in comparison to other in comparison to other phenotypes. Even in modern times, it's still the rarest phenotype. It still is to this day.
Facts.
Oh yeah, more. Speaking of Lord of the Rings, I don't know if you heard this, Deshu, but there's even uproar in the so-called Tolkien community when it comes to mixed actors playing certain characters. I don't want to get into it right now, but that what Moore just said
Yeah, that's why we got to finish our thing out, bro, because people don't even understand how it was originally seen and whatnot, right? The original understanding of the story. They got this whole modern view of things, and they don't even. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah,
like this is nothing. You can tell most of these cats are off this Lord of the Rings stuff in the fantasy film stuff in Viking stuff. It's like, come on, fam. Like, I'm not mad at you, but like, Now you're gonna make me bring out like Guy McRitchie on you cats and whatnot. All right.
Are you about to play the clip?
This is what made me turn this shit off because
we didn't even finish it. Shoot got
I
pissed.
don't want to finish it because this is just stupid. I just want more bro. I did not know more that you could air a live suicide on social media. I thought that was barred on all social media platforms.
I need to see this. Go ahead and run it. Go ahead and run it, fam.
I guess Elon Musk is, I guess he found a way around this loophole or something, man. Watch this. Her whole argument is that this damn movie, this fantasy film, let me give you some backdrop on this. Her whole argument is that this fantasy film cannot depict a black person or a person with black ancestry, African ancestry, as one of the characters because they're Vikings. That's her whole argument. That's her whole goddamn argument. Now listen to what she reads here.
The only time in history that black Vikings might have become a thing is through slave trade or assimilation through farming, marriage, combat, whatever.
More. Did you catch what this bitch just did? Let me rewind that so we can define.
Yeah, run that back, God.
Now she's saying black Vikings don't exist. That's her whole spiel about this, and that's why the actor that's playing as one of the.
Let me show the actress, Jashu. So she's mad that this actress is playing this black actress right here. This black girl right here is playing Astrid. You see how well she can fit in Nigeria. This black girl, this black Bantu. Yeah, this Bantu right.
This
here.
is the beef.
Yeah, this Bantu had the audacity to play Astrid.
So, boy, real quick. What's the dead giveaway that this is a Bantu?
Oh, it's got to be the thick lips and the round nose and whatnot, right? Real fuck, if you would have told me she was mixed, I'd have thought she was Swedish and whatnot.
And by the way, her father is English and her mother is mixed. So she's like 75% white. She has 3 white grandparents and 1 black grandparent.
Yo, I wasn't even ready for this, Ebri.
You should play the first clip for
No,
more.
I'm not going over that again. I'm not going to. That's why I just gave him the backdrop real quick.
Yeah,
So,
I'll watch it in Messenger. Ebri.
look more. Look.
Scandinavia, Sweden. The only time in history that black Vikings might.
What do you mean the only time in history? You just made a whole fucking spiel that they don't fucking exist. Now you got on the screen saying that there are black fucking Vikings. Look, a small number of Vikings had black or brown skin. That's literally what's on her fucking TikTok. Or is that seppuku or however you said Japanese?
Yeah, seppuku. Yeah, no, that's harakiri and seppuku, fam. That's like.
Oh my God.
I'm heartbroken. Like,
what did Obi-Wan Kenobi say to Anakin, Mustafar? What do you say? The dark side has blinded you or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what.
Oh, girl, I'm choking on my Reggie right quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, I'm
to the
beyond
point where they're hating
heartbroken because like people obviously don't understand history, right? Like they're literally getting their history off of TV, like fake TV shows. I'm heartbroken, fam. Like literally, like so y'all gonna make me literally bring out like Knight's Tales where they actually talk about interacting with African knights and whatnot. What's wrong with y'all?
Oh my.
You're gonna make me break out trade routes. You're gonna make me break out all kind. Like what? Do y'all know how like the Silk Road interacted with Vikings? And all right.
Hey boy, she brought it out.
Now you know since we bringing out movies as history, whatnot, y'all seem like the what was that movie the with Antonio Banderas where he goes up to with the Vikings and whatnot, where he goes from Egypt to
13th Warrior.
Yeah,
the 13th Warrior.
13th Warrior.
100%.
That was a good movie.
That's based off of the history of the trade routes.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
What was it? Iban? What was his name? Iban. people. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, they just kept calling him
especially,
Ibn because he kept saying like he was a son of in Arabic. It's Ibn, so they just kept calling him Ibn.
right. But I think some of his writings that they codified, some of his writings that they passed along throughout history, made it into a few books, and a few BHI was using it as their source for Jews being in certain areas throughout his travels. I forgot what his name is. Iban. I can't remember, but yeah.
I'm gonna start breaking hearts when I break out like Sarkland and all kind of stuff. But like, yeah, y'all are wild for this, man.
Can I ask a question? Did anybody, Yushu, did you find that particular movie that they took the first Swedes were black? Uh, w- um, did anybody find it that
It's
particular
only
documentary?
a couple of years ago when I first found out about it. I saw it on YouTube for free.
Okay,
But it's
I'm gonna
all you
search
can't
for it.
understand what's going on because it's all in their language. But
They got subtitles?
when I watched it, I don't think it did.
Right.
But if you put it in, put it in their phonetics, it'll pop up. The first Swedes, but write it out like they would write it. It
Right,
will pop up. But that's how I saw it. I saw it on YouTube. Unless that video was taken down.
You mean type it up in their language?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like however you say the first Swedes.
Yeah. All right. Google Translate will do it for me. I'll find it.
Yeah. That's where I saw the film, the whole damn film or whatever, or a historical piece. That was so
How long ago was that?
when I bought that book, that's how I found out. So that was like
Oh, okay.
2021, 2022, somewhere around there.
Damn, you been sitting on that book that long?
And
That's our
that's
first time getting.
when y'all said that, I was like, I did shows on that book, and I thought I emailed y'all that book.
I don't remember.
But I can email it to you. I can email the whole
Please.
book.
Yeah.
That's how I found out about the book. The book has a whole
I
section.
kind of remember that.
Huh?
I kind of remember you talking about that. I swear you watched it in
the first Swedes.
Yeah, I remember watching some of the subtitles with y'all about that.
I might have put the link to the YouTube video or the film in one of the chats or something, man. I don't entirely remember, but I do remember seeing the film on YouTube. And it was in Swedish characters. But anyway, man, let's get to this damn snowflake here. Not this snowflake. She already melted. But this one here. Let's go all the way to the beginning.
Today I'm addressing a topic of great importance, one that affects the very core of our national identity, the portrayal of our history. And I'm talking about the Swedish television's new documentary series, The History of Sweden. This series promises a comprehensive look at our nation's past, from the earliest settlements to modern times. But there is a concerning trend in this series that we need to talk about, and that is the increasing tendency, not just in Sweden, but within the entire Western world, to reinterpret our history through the lens of today's multicultural society. Let's consider.
We just went over the chart that's actually accurate, and he's going to say it's not accurate. We just went over the chart that went over, I forgot, the largest database of skeletal remains dealing with those regions. I forgot. It was like a couple thousand that Lazarus and David Reich and others were combing through, and they did a phenotypic analysis. We showed the charts before, how many were dark. It was like a small percentage of pale skin. There was actually more dark to black skin samples than pale skin samples when you read the supplemental. So what the Swedish government is doing is accurate. And you want the message they're trying to send is they want to bend and suspend reality to fit their damn narrative, bro. Black Hebrew Israelites do this, Afrocentrics do this, and these online goddamn Ku Klux Klan members. They want to suspend reality to fit the reality that only exists in their fucking mind and in their brain, in their head. when reality is showing and streaming through the evidence to us that these people were obviously darker people. Anyway. All right, Palermo, they were just Europeans with darker skin tone. Why is that so damn hard? Exactly. Why is that so hard to grasp? I'm gonna tell you why. Because these motherfuckers are the children of the Confederate Army. I'm telling you. They didn't get the memo. They were defeated in 1865. They didn't get the memo, bro.
That's a fact, bro.
The casting choices for the first settlers in Sweden, the hunter-gatherers, many of these actors were likely recruited from Tensta, where the
hunter-gatherers. Now, earlier, Sean put a beautiful chart, a beautiful diagram on the screen that shows you the early hunter-gatherers in Europe were what color, Sean? Oh, Sean's not here.
I'm sorry. Dark skin.
Dark skin. And that's from scientific findings, right? Skeletal remains.
Facts. Going back, what, 19,000 years?
So why is this cokehead complaining?
He called him a cokehead.
What's crazy about it?
Nose tweaking.
Yeah, what's crazy about it? Like, so you know the set of books, Ancient and Modern Brits. Y'all ever read those?
Yes.
So the same author writes a whole nother book about the mythological characters of Northern and Western Europe and whatnot, and he surmises, based upon the tales and the linguistics and whatnot, that the dwarves and the elves were actually like negritos, like you were talking about, like the remnants of the Eurasians and whatnot, right? And was talking about like how they would live in the ground to stay warm from the cold and whatnot, and was comparing it to all different cultural stuff and whatnot, right? But even in their old, like in the oldest stories he was able to find, that the dwarves and the elves were considered to be dark people, like the pygmies, etc., or the hunter-gatherers, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because the origin of these people go back to darker people. And a lot of these people, especially when we have a lot of them ice sheets, they live close to the coast. And a lot of these people who are in the coast, they were going what? Some of these people going to Africa. That's what Ivry was talking about with the KB population.
Facts.
Thousands of years ago. So the exchange of ideas and culture was happening. It was happening for thousands of years. None of this shit exists in a bubble. The only thing that exists in the bubble is that dumbass ideology that this snowflake has about how people should look or how ancient people should look. Wolf Slumber says, I'm part Swedish, so I'm part black. What we're telling you is your ancestors would have been darker. And this guy can't grasp it. Your ancestors, those ancient European hunter-gatherers, like we got a great example of an ancient European hunter-gatherer. On YouTube, these people are known as Tail Ministries. They got haplogroup G2A.
I wasn't ready for that one. I ain't gonna lie.
They got haplogroup G2A, bro. These people.
Basically, all we've been trying to
early European farmer. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, all we've been trying to tell people for the longest, especially even with the Afrocentrists, right? And listen, you don't have to be black to be an Afrocentrist. It's a term, right? The scientists use. Anybody who centralizes everything coming out of Africa is an Afrocentrist. So that aside, we've been trying to explain to people for a long time now that just because these people were dark skinned and have blue eyes doesn't mean they were direct descendants of Africans or West Africans, or these people are Europeans. They just had dark skin and light eyes. Like they belong to the same haplogroup as most Europeans today. And it's just that simple. Nobody's trying to make them out to be, well, we're not trying to make them out to be Africans. And you know what I'm saying? So that's not what we're doing. We just want everybody to grasp that.
Yeah, we're definitely trying to clarify that black does not equal African, and that's the whole point. It's the whole point. If the whole world was dark at one point in time, that like you can't equate black to African, and that's what a lot of Afrocentrists try to do. They try to they like, so a lot of Afrocentrists would look at that like, oh, see, these were Africans about it. Like, nah, bro, and you can't say that, and that's the whole point, right? We try to clarify two basic concepts. Phenotype is fluid, fam, and stuff like this here, right? To where like black does not mean African, etc. This stuff is it's easy to clear up, and it's sad that people trip on this stuff, right? Like we like understand what we're saying, and please don't hear what we're not saying.
The brother says, where is he at? Wolf Slumber says, I have blue eyes and pink skin and dark brown hair. Yeah, today, that's what you expect to see in Europeans. Wolf Slumber says, what is the stream about? What do you guys believe? The stream is going over some of these racist, ostensibly racist views that we see on YouTube and other social media platforms, because there's material like the First Swedes and the natural history of the Swedes that is depicting the ancient inhabitants of Europe correctly. And this person right here is upset about that and does not want that to be so. He believes it's not accurate, but actually is accurate because the scientific and up-to-date evidence is depicting these people, not based off their opinions, based off of their genes of being darker or intermediate skin. Wolf Slumber.
Right, these are genetic facts.
Right.
Hey, AOG, real quick, you want to pull up that map you got?
Map again?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go grab it again. So give me a second.
Yeah, because one of the main things we're trying to clear for people and what we believe, like, so a lot of people in the Afrocentric community believe that like that white people came around from like some crazy alien admixture or Neanderthal admixture. Like, we're not here on some craziness like that, right? What we're saying is the people that are having issue with the fact that the oldest Europeans have dark skin are misconstruing the concept to be like people are talking about like they're African and whatnot, right? No, and that's not what people are saying, right? And so anybody, so for instance, like you're talking about your light skin now that you have pale skin, blue eyes, etc. No issue. Like my best friend growing up was Swedish. I grew up watching movies in Swedish and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Love the culture, love the people, and whatnot, right? But there's what we're talking about is like so that's the modern phenotype, right? The oldest phenotype wasn't what it currently looks like in that part of Europe, right? And that's all we're saying. We're not making another claim on top of that. We're not making a claim of anyone being superior, anyone being inferior off that. We're just making the linear historical claim and clarifying that the dark skin was there at the outset, and that we see lighter skin showing up later. And that's all that is. We're not saying anybody's better, worse, people shouldn't be there, should be there. None of that type of stuff, right? We're also stipulating when people are seeing mythological stories involving both colors together, they shouldn't beef because that was the history.
Big facts.
Right. So here it is, more what you want to go over.
Shit, just look at Europe.
Yeah, that's not. It speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? Like, so all we're talking, like, so for and let's clear this up too, right? Like, so one of the reasons we talk about stuff like this is to clear up like what I was talking about with like how the Afrocentrists and some of the racists talk about like how light skin came about because of admixture with Neanderthals or an alien or Nephilims or some crazy nonsense, right? We can clearly see at the dates that the light skin starts showing up on this map that like Neanderthals had already been done and gone, fam. Like, so the light skin ain't coming from that, right? It ain't coming from like some alien admixture, some Nephilim thing. Like, and it's not like some negative thing, right? It arises naturally as a mutation, like all the other skin tones do, right? And it moves around like the rest of them, and it intermixes with the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a crazy thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just the history of genetics and phenotype. That's all we're trying to get straight with people, because a lot of people want to take little bits of information and run sideways with it and make some grandiose claims that they cannot prove, just because they're reading these papers like half through, don't understand 1/4 of what they're reading, and want to build a whole doctrine off of it. My fault. That was a rant.
No, that's facts though. They do that. They do take a parcel and make a mountain with it. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill is the saying. You know, a lot of these guys, man. There's some black Sephardic Jews. They all got to be Negro. All these cults do this. All these race cults do this.
Hey, answers. Trump's my president. Jeez.
Oh, hell yeah. Shout out to Wolf Slumbers, man. What this brother say? Palermo says the SLC 2485 and SLC 4582 mutated in Near East, not Europe. Exactly. Let me go to where's that paper at? Here's another paper that just hurt these little snowflakes' hearts. Man. Early Irish people were dark skinned with blue eyes. Hunter-Gatherer population, this is what he was talking about. The Hunter-Gatherer population inhabited Ireland before being replaced by early farmers, which would be the ancestors of Tail Ministries. Prehistoric Irish people were dark skinned and had blue eyes, a new documentary claims. The Hunter-Gatherer population that lived in Ireland 10,000 years ago do not have any other pigmentation profiles associated with light skin. So that's what it's based off of. What is the pigmentation profiles coming from? Their genetic sequence. Right. So you got one side with a very small, annoying voice on social media, these racist Ku Klux Klan members and Confederates out there that want to say, no, you got to make them light skin. Well, idiot, when they dug up the damn bodies and they tested and sequenced the genome, they found out that, hey, their pigmentation profiles are not associated with light skin. These would have been darker skinned people. It says they inhabited the island for 4,000 years before being replaced by settled farmers. The information is contained in a documentary about the Burren and Koklari broadcast RT Sunday. According to TCD geneticist Dr. Laura Cassidy, techniques normally used in forensic criminal investigations have revealed surprising details about prehistoric Irish people. So again, they're sequencing the data. This is actual evidence. This is not your race doctrine that these people have. All right, Sean. Scientists have been developing a genetic database of ancient Irish genomes from all periods of prehistory to understand how the modern Irish gene pool came about. She said the hunter-gatherer Irish not only had dark skin, but also bright blue eyes, a combination rarely seen today. They operated mostly along the coast of Burren, gathering shellfish and then moving inland to hunt wild boar and gather hazelnuts. The Burren's unique geological landscape means it has preserved evidence of millennia of settlement in the area west of Clare. The hunter-gatherers were replaced by early farmers. The early evidence of farmers in Ireland is in Burren. They arrived approximately 6,000 years ago, what was known as the Neolithic era. Open quote, we now know from ancient genomes, see, y'all using race, a fictive fantasy of some 19th, 18th century racist ass rednecks. Y'all using that. They're using ancient genomes to make these representations of ancient people. That's what they're using. She goes on to say, we now know from ancient genomes that farming was accompanied by a whole group of people moving into the continent from the region now known as modern Turkey or Anatolia, right? So, you know, the ancestors of Tail Ministries would have been part of this group, which is G2A. It says they brought cattle, sheep, and goats, pottery, and new housing structures. They have lighter skin than the hunter-gatherer, but more sallow than today. Basically, they would have been intermediate, right? There could have been violence. This would have been quite a dramatic colonization event, Dr. Cassie added. However, it is more likely that they coexisted peacefully, as the remains of one earlier farmer showed that he had hunter-gatherer ancestry, meaning they produced together. This is why when we're reading this history, the early hunter-gatherers, and someone brought up the Anaya, I'm going to bring them up here in a minute. These people are literally your ancestors that you're dealing with. They had dark skin. It is the snowflake. This is an accurate representation of early Europeans. It says the early farmers began by clearing the trees with polished stone axes to make for arable land. They built the dolmens, which populate the area. In 4,000 years, the last wave of early settlers came to Ireland. They were at the tail end of a large-scale migration to the steppe region of Russia and to the Western Europe. Only at that point do we see establishment of modern Irish gene pool as we know it today. Dr. Cassidy added. Environmental biologist Carl Wright said the Burren once featured high mountains with a thick forest covering. The mountains were replaced by glaciers during the Ice Age which removed a kilometer of rock off the top of this landscape. The early farmers relentlessly cleared the forest until there was hardly any of the original forest left. They overgrazed the Bering during the climatic downturn of 3,000 years ago. This led to an environmental disaster on a colossal scale because over a very short space of time, we had massive soil erosion, which pretty much left us with the landscape that we have at the end of the last ice age, literally just bare rock. The soil was washed away, he said. So again, this is another example to studying the Irish or what the ancient Europeans would have looked like, darker skinned individuals. Now to talk about the Yanaya, because somebody did bring up.
Hey, real quick before you go to the night, can I say one quick thing about this Irish thing real quick and clarify something that Wolf was talking about? Because he said something about Black Irish, and I want to make 2 points if I can. So the Black Irish come from a completely different time period in the sense to where they're from, I believe, the East Coast of Ireland and an admixture of people from Iberia and whatnot, right? And they were known to have like more olive skin, brown eyes, black hair, etc. This is extremely interesting because Yashub, have you ever read the book How the Irish Became White?
I have not, but I've heard people bring it up. I haven't read that. Can you hear me?
For some reason.
Hey, Moore, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Hey, Ebri, say something right quick.
Yeah,
I can hear you. I can hear all of y'all.
So, Moore, you can't hear me?
I don't know why I can't.
Moore, look at the screen.
Yo, son, as soon as I brought that map up, all of a sudden my shit shut down again. The second time I brought it up. Now they shutting more down.
You know, Teo work in the internet space.
Somebody not happy with us right now, bro.
All right, I'll read some comments until my brother get back and let him finish his point. Let's see, we got a couple people here. Reginald Brooks said Cheddar Man was dark skinned, blue eyes, right? Yes, Cheddar Man, along with all the other Western hunter gatherers, were dark skinned and blue eyed. What else he say here? The Afghans have blue eyes. Yeah, that makes sense. Reginald said, "Where does straight hair come from? Is that a mutation from a curlier lineage?" I will have to give you some source material on that. Someone said straight hair comes from the Middle East. Wolf says dark skin doesn't mean black. Most of people on the planet is dark skinned, and the vast majority sure is not black, just as it is not white. Yeah, the vast majority of people today, even today, pale skin is not the dominant phenotype. But even more so back then, where as we showed this chart here, let me bring this back up. If you go 10 or 12,000 years ago, all you see is dark skinned people, dark to black skinned people, and intermediate skinned people, right? And this is ranging from Europe to Anatolia, Near East, basically most of what we know as Western Asia today. The people that lived there would have had one of these phenotypes during this period. Intermediate skin, dark to black skin, or just dark skin, right? And that's why I wanted to bring up the Yamnaya, because I swear I seen somebody say something about the Yamnaya, but we got more back if you want to finish your point, brother.
Can you hear me now or no?
Yes, I can hear you. We heard you before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened on my end. Figuring out this new equipment, but so yeah, what's interesting, but I couldn't hear your answer to the question. Like, have you read that book, How the Irish Became White?
I told you I haven't read it, but I've heard people.
Oh, okay. So in that book, what's ironic about it? So it talks about like how when the Irish came here, that they were considered they would call white Irish, like, so the Anglo-Saxon would call the Irish white niggers, and they would call black people smoked Irishmen and whatnot, and that they would exclude the Anglo-Saxon would exclude the Irish from a lot of their doings and whatnot, and would have them inhabit with the black people and whatnot, based upon the concept, like they thought that they considered the Irish to have an ancient ancestry with black people. I thought it was just some nonsense until what you just said. like that blew my mind. I was like, what? But even like coming over from Europe or whatnot, the Anglo-Saxon carried a tradition about the Irish people descending from black people, completely separate from the black Irish concept.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because it's echoing something that's known from ancient times, that most of these people have been from the onset darker skinned people. Maybe they retained it. You know, that could be a logical conclusion on that. Irish were hated by Anglos. Yeah. What was the other one? There's another quote. Someone mentioned Yemnaya. Who mentioned Yemnaya? I swear I seen a comment. Oh, that's what Reginald. You said the United things, and my question was that some white British people claim to be indigenous to Europe, but I thought they were from Unaya. Not all British people are from Unaya. Okay, a large percentage of them are, but not all of them. Some of them are G2A and I.
G2A and I. Yep.
E1, B1B, like early European farmer, early hunter gatherer. But even when you look at the Unaya, let me go to this paper here. It talks about the common phenotype of Unaya. So here it is. Phenotypes of the Southern Arc in their West Eurasian context. It says our survey of populations. I'm going to get straight to the point. I don't want to. All right, here it is. All right. Our survey of populations of the Southern Arc focuses on ancestry, but it also illuminates other aspects of biology. Superficial phenotypes such as pigmentation were remarked upon by ancient writers. We carried out a survey of predicted pigmentation and other phenotypes of West Eurasian populations across time to discover the extent to which ancient authors' perceptions, based on direct observation or through accounts of faraway peoples, might correspond to genetic inference of their appearance. We find that the model phenotype of eye, skin, and hair pigmentation in ancient West Eurasians was brown-eyed, of intermediate complexion, and brown hair. And which also goes back with the flavor of this video, because look at this lady right here. She fits that. And he's got a problem with this. He said, oh, no, they're just woke and try to push this multicultural ideology on Westerners. This is what they're doing in the Western world. This is actually accurate based on the skeletal remains of the specimens found in these regions that will have lived during the time period. This is actually accurate. But this nutcase had a problem with it. Let me go back to the paper.
Yeah, when you finish reading, I would just point out one more thing, because I don't think Reginald was here for that. With your scale on the Southern Arc paper, we could go back. I just want to show him something on that when you finish.
Okay, it says we find that the model phenotype of eye, skin, and hair pigmentation in ancient West Eurasians was brown-eyed, of intermediate complexion, and brown-haired, even, what does that say right there? Because the brother brought up the Yemnaya. Even among Yemnaya steppe pastoralists, contradicting stereotypical characterizations of steppe peoples as being blue-eyed, pale skin, and light-haired. So the evidence didn't bear this out. The evidence is showing that these people were majorly intermediate complexion and brown hair and brown eye. Even the Yemnaya, because a lot of these people are on Facebook, oh, you got to look like your ancestors. Your ancestors are not the product of you. It's the other way around. Get over it. You come from melanated people. It's just that simple. The whole world comes from melanated people. Avery, if you want to answer after the brother goes over the chart, you want to answer what color were the Neanderthals, because you brought that out earlier.
Hey, real quick, Yeshua, I found that Swedish movie you were talking about.
You found it on YouTube?
No, I found the actual movie.
Oh, share it. Yeah. Share it on in the Facebook Messenger too. But real quick, could you scroll back up? I want to show this brother something. And then also I want to take down wolves, because I want to use. Sorry. I want to use. Yeah. Okay. So the Yemnaya, you see this large swath of like light brown or like a beige. This would be the Yemnaya. On the graph on the left hand side, this square box on the left hand side, right? So you see like a caramel, then you see a deep brown or dark. Then right above that you see the beige. This would be the Yemnaya's color here. This is intermediate skin. So if you look at more would be about that complexion, right? So the reason why I'm bringing this back up, Reginald, I wanted him to go back to the scale because I wanted you to understand that the Yemnaya did not look like, you see at the very top, this pink slither. this pink slither up here in the box, that's not the Yamnaya, the early Yamnaya phenotype. Right. That's not the early Yamnaya phenotype. It would be down here in the beige. All right. So just so you have a understanding. Oh, that's it.
I'm gonna give him some more visual aid right here. Many people of the skin tone of here's a great example of that's intermediate skin, bruh. That's how they would have looked. It would look like that.
Right.
The intermediate skin, the United people will look similar to these people. Maybe in many. Similar to these people. Let me go back, hold on. Similar to these people. And again, this snowflake had an issue with this person playing an ancient Swedish individual. Then you had a smart ass talking about, oh, the Swedes weren't created to the Middle Ages. We know that, duh. We know that. But they're talking about the geographical location known as Sweden. The people that lived in Sweden were darker skinned. And guess what? These your mamas and your daddies. They don't look like me. They don't have to look like you. That's not how human ancestry fucking works. That doesn't. You're a product of your ancestors, not the other way around. Anyway.
Yeah, like no different than haplogroup E would not look like
The answer is. Yeah, go ahead,
yeah,
bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, they wouldn't look like Nigerians, the founding population, the basal population, right? So who had it up earlier? That was Avery. That avatar that he had up earlier would be an early haplogroup E carrier. Um, yeah. So they didn't look Western or sub-Saharan African until they migrated west into west across Africa and started procreating with those with the pygmies and the basal West Africans that were already there, and their phenotype changed.
Right. To answer your question, because I thought Avery was still here. I guess he's not. On what Neanderthals look like. This is what they would look like.
No, I'm here. I'm back.
This is a Neanderthal from Doggerland. Doggerland doesn't exist anymore because it's covered in water. But Doggerland is pretty much in between Britain.
I am busy though. Give me a second.
And mainland Europe. So even Neanderthals would have been darker skinned at the onset. Now, what about all these other old depictions? Those are old depictions. The up-to-date depictions have them looking like this. Darker skin because they're basing it on their genetics. What we know about their genetic sequence, there's no evidence that they would have been pale. So again, yeah, Doggerland is between mainland Europe and what we know as Britain. It's pretty much covered in the water now. Here's a picture of this. See that Doggerland. So they would have been darker skin. Let me see what else this brother said. I heard every race had Neanderthal DNA except for black people. Avery, do you want to touch on that? I got to cover that as well.
He said he needed a second.
Okay, I got this. So I heard every race had Neanderthal DNA except for black people. That's not true because darker skinned people have Neanderthal DNA. First of all, dealing with African Americans, you already have Eurasian or European admixture. Most African Americans are 25% on average European, so therefore you do have Neanderthal ancestry. But sub-Saharan Africans have it as well. Mainly the Niger Congo speakers, like your Yoruba, your Igbo, your Bantu speakers, they have Neanderthal ancestry. So we covered this in prior episodes. Plenty of evidence on this. I don't know why Jews running the world would be relevant. Woke has inadvertently sabotaged history. People just assume updated history is woke race swapping. It's ridiculous. Exactly. And like I said early in this video, within the first hour, when I used to hear woke, it used to be all this weird, funny bunny shit that they're trying to put in kids' TV shows, trying to turn them to freakazoids. Now it's about, oh, I don't want to see a black person on TV. That's basically what they're saying. Black people ain't allowed to be actors. They can't be on TV. Open racist, man. Open racist. Palermo is correct. There was a paper a few years back that showed a back migration from Europe that did introduce Neanderthal DNA that crossed the Sahara and found its way in some African South. Yes.
Yeah, that would have came in with the Eurasian DNA.
So Reginald Brooks says, I saw a comment on Reddit. Out of Africa has major flaws. There are also unique haplogroups that nearly eliminate the possibility of divergence from African lineage. They mentioned mitochondrial DNA B. They don't make this. I don't understand that at all. Because mitochondrial DNA B would have to ultimately come from L. Yeah. That's what I was about to say. All haplogroups, all male haplogroups ultimately diverge from L. The Eurasians come from L3, and it splits to M and N, and then M and N, all the rest of the haplogroups around the world. All the daughters of the world, all the females of the world go back to that. Yes. Reginald Brooks says, isn't every modern human haplogroup downstream of a haplogroup that's found mostly common in African populations? Yes, for all people that don't understand, downstream means descendant of. A haplogroup is a group of individuals that share a common ancestry. All of us are descendants of common ancestors. All of us share the same mothers and fathers. You want to get back to the nitty gritty?
All right, I'm back.
Man, you late, man. I didn't already pull the trigger on these answers, man.
No, it's all good. There's a lot of new people here tonight.
Yeah. So I had to, because he brought up, I heard that everybody has Neanderthal DNA except black people, and we know that that's not true. African Americans have it through European admixture, and also the ancestors of African Americans that were in Africa or in sub-Saharan Africa have it, especially if they're Niger Congo speakers. You know, they have that as well. So, I mean, we got a whole video just talking about that. Wolf.
We got a few videos about that.
Identifying it. Oh, he's giving the paper there, but there was a recent paper even clarifying that even more. The only few Africans that probably don't have it are your very isolated Africans, like your some rainforest hunter gatherers, some Southern Africans and stuff of that nature. But the bulk of Africans, they have it. Let me see. All right, I think I'm caught up. Reginald said they said whites are indigenous to Europe. Yeah, they are. But their ancestors were not white. That's what we're trying to tell you. So you got people that are white today that are indigenous to Europe, but their ancestors were not dark skinned. See,
Right.
so we're actually giving you the clear perspective here.
And just because they weren't white doesn't mean that they were descendants of Africans. These are European haplogroups that were just darker.
I'm glad you said that because I wanted to bring.
But to be clear though, like, because I'm gonna bring this out in a second, like in the time, like, because I was like that girl talking about like black people couldn't be in Europe or Vikings unless they were slaves or whatever, all the kind of things. Like, she's definitely thinking about African people, right?
Yeah.
And like, so for instance, like I can't show you my haplogroup in like Viking areas at the time period. Like, so with the Viking time period, we're talking like 800 CE to
Actually, you can more. Actually, you can during the Viking period. You can show your haplogroup. It's in the burial.
What country? Which country?
All right, hold on.
Because I was gonna show it in like show where like in Western Europe where it was like in 800 CE whatnot, like because it's definitely there. But I know you're talking about like a Viking burial.
Yeah, the Vikings had a wide expanse.
Boy, don't let me find some E1A with some Viking stuff. I'm talking all kind of head right now. You understand?
Well, I already showed the E1B1A being amongst Viking samples.
Right.
I already
Facts.
showed it earlier. But yeah, let me pull up family tree DNA, and if I'm not mistaken, was it the 11th century? I know it's a medieval time frame.
You know what? I didn't even let my own joint fully play out. I stopped it at the 8th century. See,
E1A.
yeah.
Oh, damn! You can't type that. It's M.
Yeah, EM 132 would be the one I would think.
And ancient connections. Share this tab. You see where it says Nordby 164?
Oh, I didn't see that, John. Boy, where old girl at?
This is medieval.
Where old girl at?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a girl is sent to the shadow realm. You know what I'm saying? She sent herself to the shadow realm though, because she read that Google research. That Google research hurts sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You might type there. She talking about something. Ain't no black Vikings. The motherfucker, the paragraph said there are some black Vikings. The first fucking sentence. The first sentence.
For real. Nah. We got to create a new search engine called Sepulku just for the pseudos.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm reading this.
Oh, I stepped away for a second. We a globe trekker? What we doing? Hold up. I stepped away for a second. What's that? Hold up. Wait a minute.
I didn't even see this part, bro.
Medieval Dane.
Bruh.
And this is a burial in Denmark.
First of all, my second favorite Shakespeare play.
Wait. EM 132?
Yeah, we talking about my info, God. Yeah, we talking about my
medieval.
Sure. Need to get a VIN ring slip right quick.
Yo, there's nowhere they can run, bro.
Oh,
somebody play the Escape, man. Who can I run to?
I'm claiming Hamlet. I'm claiming what's the other one? Beowulf. You understand? I'm claiming all that. What you saying, sis? I can't be part of Beowulf. What you saying?
You can't be part of shit because listen,
my kinfolk was there. You can't tell me nothing.
Everybody got to be lily white because her Confederate beliefs told her so.
My kinfolk was literally at the cookout. You can't tell me nothing, sis. I'm sorry.
Instead of because the Bible tells me so. Because the Confederates tell me so. Fucking Klan members, bro.
Straight up and down.
But dealing with prehistoric Europe again. Migration to population replacement in prehistoric Europe. Modern Swiss people are not overly bothered by the fact that they're early inhabitants of their country and of surrounding regions of Western European heartland before the Battle of Bibracte, around 58 BC, and even long afterwards were Celts speaking languages that were neither ancestral nor very much like the languages spoken in the country today. And this goes to the point about there's no static population. Static population doesn't exist. Populations move, merge with each other, have sex with the women have sex with the men. They have offspring, they migrate, they disperse, they diversify. There's no static population at all. So anyway, so at a greater time depth, new research on ancient DNA, ancient DNA, this is the evidence, tells of even greater discontinuities in the population history of Switzerland. Fort Wengler reported that Y chromosome haplogroup G2A was found at Oberbib, dating up from circa 3300 BCE. So Tail Ministries, this is their ancestry here. These are their ancestors. Whereas Y chromosome haplogroup I, which the American rapper known as Nasir Jones, or Nas, he descends from these early Europeans, predominated the collective grave of Spreiterbach, dating from the 25th century BC. And Y chromosome haplogroup R made its debut at later sites such as Singen D Cemetery site dating from the 21st century BC. From the 7th to 4th millennium, The paternal lineage G2A was also prevalent in the Carpathian Basin. Similarly, on Crete and the Minoan Mycenaean cultures were established by pioneers bearing the paternal lineage J into a rim where the paternal lineage G2 had previously been predominant. All right, in Sweden, Jonathan Lindstrom's two-part documentary, The First Swedes, that's how you say it right there, was televised in March 2019, explaining how ancient DNA findings show that the ancestral inhabitants of Scandinavia look very different from modern Swedes. The ancestors of today's Swedes were, in fact, migrants who largely supplanted the original inhabitants. Television's documentary did not perturb Swedish viewers, let alone evoke impassioned response from the public at large, because most people don't think like this. You got these damn cult members that exist on the internet, like this damn snowflake here. Hold on, let me show you why we even talking about it. Because this guy right here exists. This damn snowflake look like he'll melt under pressure. Motherfucker ain't dealt with no kind of adversity in life.
It's another one too. I dropped in the Facebook Messenger. Another Swede.
Talking shit,
did a
right?
video. Yeah,
Mhm.
you should grab that too. I know we don't have a lot of time, but real quick. So I wanted to say before we move on. So this I just had it up. The link that I had up, this one right here. This is a link to the documentary that's being talked about in this book, and that these Swedes that well, this one and the other one that Yeshub didn't show, that's in the back chat. They have a problem with this particular, and this was made by Swedish
Yeah,
scientists.
it was made by Swedes, fam.
Right, Swedish. So they're having a problem with this dark-skinned, blue-eyed Swede. That's their ancestor. This person, this person was more than likely a direct ancestor of theirs, not a African. Which they're saying that it's an African. So,
And
but
real
so
talk, just for
grab the
people
link.
understand. And then,
Grab
go
the
ahead.
link. I'm sorry, bro. Grab the link, y'all, and check it out. It's not in English, but if you watch it on your TV or whatever, you might be able to go and get subtitles. You
It's
go through
subtitled,
your
but the video itself is subtitled.
All right, this one is subtitled. All right, so check it out. All right, it's a good one, and it was mentioned in this book that Yeshua was just reading from. All right, that's it.
What's wild about this, fam, is like, so my guy is literally beefing with the Swedes on their own research, and the Swedes, in terms of like Europe, are known as like the upper echelon of scholarship, engineering, all kinds of, like they're known as being too thorough. You understand what I'm saying? Like being thorough is like a religion for these people, fam. They don't play around with it with information at all. I got mad respect for how they get down. And like it's just like I can understand if it was like the if it was a Will Smith wife making a movie about somebody in Sweden, right? Okay, yeah, you might beef, right? We talk about that. Well, she might have taken a source here there, messed something up, right? I'm mad at you, fam. Jada Pinkett might have did something with that, right? But we're talking about the Swedes telling you they own history. Like, nah, man, they tripping, huh? What?
Right. It's based on actual facts, and what he's talking about is based on his the Third Reich.
Yeah, we call that feels versus reals, fam.
So, let's go back to the paper. It says the ramifications of ancient DNA findings apply not just to Switzerland and Scandinavia, but to the entire European continent. Depending on the fortuitous finds and the serendipity of regional preservation bias, ancient DNA findings randomly supply ever more pieces of a grand puzzle, such as the insight that Punic civilization on the Visa was established by exclusively male migration from Phoenicia, or a paleogenomic confirmation of the historical account that the Longobards migrated in 568 AD from Pannonia to northern Italy, where they ruled for over 2 centuries. And here's the image from the First Swedes movie that came out back then. And you can see it's depicting the ancient hunter-gatherers of Sweden as being dark-skinned and blue eyes. And again, this is not something that's only true for Sweden. This is pretty much all of continental Europe. What their ancestors would have looked like. People that look like the people on the right, their ancestors would have looked like this. This is the people that were darker skinned. It says Europe was subject to successful population migrations after the forming phase which began 15,000 years ago. Swarthy, dark-haired, blue-eyed hunter-gatherers of the European Mesolithic were gradually replaced by fair-skinned agriculturalists and pastoralists. And that's the going theory on why you see modern Europeans look more pale today. They believe it's through agriculturalism and pastoralists, agrarians and pastoralists, they begin to drink milk and they were able to supplement their vitamin D that way. Before, hunter-gatherers would be eating a lot of fish. Yeah, be able to get vitamin D that way in these colder regions. They've been there thousands of years. They've retained darker skin. It was not an issue. We don't start seeing a push for lighter skin until like the early European farmers. It says with the paleontologically recovered DNA. See, again, the DNA is telling the story here. All these other years, before the advent of DNA, you're just going off
cranial.
Cranial and these ideas of race. That's what these motherfuckers are going off of. And that's what this guy's going off of. But now we can understand DNA, and it's telling the story that, hey, the ancient inhabitants of Europe, your ancestors, your daddies and mamas, look like this. It says exhibiting unsettling genetic discontinuity in a population prehistory. The Mesolithic hunter who lived on the Iberian Peninsula at La Branja 7,000 years ago, and the hunter Kostinki 14, who lived in European Russia between 38,000 to 36,000 years ago, shared the paternal haplogroup C, which is the same haplogroup that we see with Australian Australoids. Right?
Facts.
We see C and we see K there. And that was actually in ancient Europe. And again, this is why we say their phenotype is a relic of what ancient Europeans look like, because they retain that dark skin. It says also associated with the Upper Paleolithic colonization of Europe by Cro-Magnon people. Ancient DNA research using genome-wide data from 271 individuals. Let's see, they're using the people that were found there that lived in their time. They're using their DNA in the Iberian Peninsula reveal high genetic substructure between northwestern and southeastern hunter-gatherers before the spread of farming. The second half of the third millennium BC saw sporadic genetic contact between Iberia and North Africa. And during the Iron Age, people from the steppe replaced almost all Iberia's indigenous paternal lineages, contributing to 40% to Iberia's overall ancestry. So again, these darker skinned people that were there before are still there today. Their descendants are still there today, right? Because again, this only contributes to 40%. Even the factor of these people coming in contributing 40%, early Europeans, Indian Naya, those people would have had intermediate to dark skin as well. It says this steppe ancestry not only spread into populations speaking European languages, but also into the Basque population. To some extent, however, modern Basques represent a typical Iron Age population without the admixtures events that later affected the rest of Iberia. Or during the Roman period, gene flow from North Africa and the Eastern Mediterranean transformed genetic makeup of Iberia. So again, human ancestry, as we said in previous episodes, is a composite. Your ancestry is always going to be a composite. It's going to be a mosaic. It's not going to be one thing. Humans don't make clones. When you have sex with a woman, impregnate a woman, and create an offspring, that's not a clone. Okay? That is the result of a mixture of genes and converting genes to create something unique. That's why we all share the same foreparents. Ultimately, 200, 300,000 years ago, we all come from the same man, the same woman, but we all are diversified, even though we come from the same source. Because when you have sex and you reproduce, you're creating something unique. You're not making a carbon copy. You're not making a clone. That's not how sex works. Then the crazy thing about this shit, you should have learned this shit in middle school. You guys are adults. You should be ashamed of yourself thinking like that. Anyway, let's go back to the snowflake.
Today I'm addressing a topic of great importance, one that affects the very core of our national identity, the portrayal of our history. And I'm talking about the Swedish television's new documentary series, The History of Sweden. This series promises a comprehensive look at our nation's past, from the earliest settlements to modern times. But there is a concerning trend in this series that we need to talk about, and that is the increasing tendency, not just in Sweden, but within the entire Western world, to reinterpret our history through the lens of today's multicultural society. Let's consider the casting choices. For the first settlers in Sweden, the hunter-gatherers, many of these actors were likely recruited from Tensta, where the producers advertised for actors and extras. Tensta is a suburb known for its immigrant population, and these actors have Middle Eastern and African backgrounds. This doesn't accurately reflect the ethnic origins of Sweden's early inhabitants. Why would SVT choose actors with immigrant backgrounds to represent our Swedish ancestors?
För att hon såg ut som jag, eller jag som henne. Så att man kan säga att jag är faktiskt the original Swede av det här bordet.
This seems to...
And why would they do that? Because they understand the science. That's why. They even explained it. They even explained it, released articles explaining that they understand 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, the Ice Age, most of these people were dark.
And the crazy part is he's saying like this, you know, why would they choose actors of a different ethnic background? So the actors might have been different ethnic backgrounds, right? From different ethnic backgrounds. But the point was to make clear that the people, the ancient Swedes, were not a different ethnic background. They were Europeans.
Yeah.
So he's like conflating and he's like confused and he's showing his emotions that he can't articulate the fact that these people are direct descendants of his. Maybe because he might be a migrant into Sweden. You know, these ancient hunter-gatherers were there before him, probably. You know what I mean? We don't know what is, well, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because we don't know what this guy's what his Y chromosome is, what his mtDNA is. You know, he probably could be a foreigner who's been in Switzerland. His forefathers could have been in Switzerland for a few hundred years or maybe less, who knows? Or he could be a real Swede.
This is from the state media right here. Posted the image of it here. And it says, the DNA analysis say that the first immigrants in Scandinavia were dark skinned and had blue eyes. This is their reasoning behind filming and finding people to fit that description to represent the early inhabitants, because they're going off the DNA. They're not going off of your preconceived notions of the third that you got from the Third Reich, that you got from damn Democrats, that you got from racists of the past, or damn Confederates. They're not using that. They're not using scientific racism of the past. They're not using Blumenbach. They're using the findings they found.
Genetic findings.
Genetic findings, ancient DNA. That's what they're using. Of the people that lived during that time. Let me read it again. Top sentence. The DNA analysis say that the first immigrants in Scandinavia were dark-skinned and had blue eyes, an appearance that is very unusual today. Second wave came from what is now Russia and seemed to have had lighter skin to be able to form vitamin D more easily under sun-poor conditions. Pictures is our own interpretation of the researchers' results. To the left is the ancient hunter-gatherer, to the right is the lighter skin variants. The point still remains. The people that they found to represent that accurately represents the ancient people of Sweden, because we know that they were dark skinned and blue eyed. What did they show? Darker skinned people with blue eyes. That should be not an issue. You should build your opinions from the data up. Y'all don't do that. You don't do that. You make these baseless ass claims and pretty much become ideologues and demagogues and want to represent this old racist way of thinking instead of just going and moving and changing with the damn times. The evidence is showing you. It's right in your damn face. It says they were the first Swedes. First Swedes were dark-skinned and blue-eyed hunters and gatherers who migrated to Scandinavia from the south after the end of the Ice Age, about 10,000 years ago, new DNA research shows that they were soon joined by another wave of immigration from the east. The results was Europe's most mixed Stone Age population. Man, the people that's getting upset, this your ancestry, man. This your ancestry. He says, so the black, dark human really is the forefather of mankind. Majority of people on the planet Earth descend from darker skinned people. They're your ancestors, bro. It's just that simple. When we're talking about phenotype morphology, these people were darker in the past. Your ancestors were darker. Julio. All right, let's go back. Look at this snowflake. Look at him. How could they do this to me? How could they do this to me?
I got the urge to watch Mr. Rogers all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, with that damn sweater and shit, right?
Won't you be my neighbor?
To be part of a larger trend where our present day multicultural reality is projected onto our history, affirming and justifying the present at the expense of...
You're actually projecting. You're projecting your thoughts and opinions of race onto the history of the geographical location on Sweden. You're doing that. None of these concepts existed until recently. Race, black people, the black race, the white race, and all that other bullshit till recently. These ancient people would have no clue what the fuck you was talking about if you could communicate with them. They wouldn't know what you're talking about. They just know, hey, we're just living and experiencing and surviving. That's what we're doing. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. These are modern ass concepts. You trying to project that into the 10,000, into the damn Ice Age. You sound dumb. You sound dumb as hell, man.
Does he provide any proof for his claims or anything?
Yeah. His proof is his neck. Because that's where you get it from.
God.
That's his proof.
Accuracy. And this isn't a new phenomenon. Remember the British media portrayal of Shadowman, or the debate around archaeologist Annika Larsson's claim that some Vikings were Muslims based on a questionable interpretation of a textile. In this case, one needed to use a mirror and change some letters to be able to read the word Allah. Why does this matter? Our history shapes our national identity. It gives us a sense of community, belonging, and understanding of our origins. And distorting our history risks severing these vital links to our past.
Distorting your history. What history? Hunter-gatherers 10,000 years ago? How are they distorting it? By accurately depicting them as being black, that's bonding you that fucking much that you stayed up all night thinking about it. That's why you got the red bags under your fucking eyes. Crying and shit. Because what it boils down to, it has nothing to do with the historical accuracy of it, because we show paper after paper that it's historically accurate to depict ancient Europeans as dark-skinned and blue-eyed. It's historically accurate to do that. It's not that. You just don't want black people representing Sweden, ancient Sweden. You don't want that because you're fucking racist. That just to say it how it is, man. Stop trying to dress up this shit, man. That's what these leftists do. They try to dress up their ill intentions all the goddamn time. Oh, they're distorting history. No. That's not it. You have an issue that your ancestors are dark-skinned or your ancestors are being depicted as dark-skinned. That's the problem. That's what doesn't sit well with this damn snowflake we got on the damn screen that probably got a fucking vagina. Go ahead, Moore.
Now he want to deny that they had connections to the Silk Road and Islam, my guy. Like, come on, fam. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you stretching it, dog. I need to see. You better have some kind of proof, because you're literally telling me, like, you want your people's history to start in the Common Era, in like 500-700 years ago. That's as far back as you want to go, fam?
Pretty much.
Like, what you're talking about doesn't even classify as ancient history. They're talking about, like, you don't. My God doesn't even understand the timeline. You're not even taking me back to an ancient time period. Like, check this out. Like since y'all need, you know what I'm saying, some fake fantasy history from a TV show or movie or whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man from Thulsa Doom from Conan the Barbarian and whatnot, right? From the Hyborian age and shit, you understand? From the Atlantean age and shit, you understand? Blew up, and my guy said when he made the character, he's like, I want to make this dude look like an ancient race that died off, right? Didn't know how right he was when he did this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Right now, Avery's like, what the hell is this?
Right. And he's doing what most of these people do, man. Can't demonstrate how the Swedish film is false. Just say it is. That's what most of these motherfuckers do that's in these cults, man. These ideologues and these demigods. The first thing they do is say, oh, this is wrong. Like, okay, demonstrate how it's wrong. They can't demonstrate. Their evidence is them saying it's wrong. And I've been saying this for a long time. Affirmation is not confirmation. Just because you affirm something true doesn't make it true.
His idea of sources would be, duh, it's logical. Black people are from Africa and Europeans are white.
Yep.
That's all he would say.
Everything's a priori. Everything's a priori. Oh, well, we do know. Look at me. You are not, listen, you are the product of your ancestors, not the other way around. Y'all keep trying to treat it like your ancestors are your fucking babies or some shit. Oh, I just had this baby. It's got to be mine. Look, it got to look like, no, that's not how that works. These people were darker. That's it. End of discussion. The evidence, the discussion should start and end at the evidence, not your fucking fragile whiteness, man. Whiteness, what do you call it? White fragility. What the hell they call that shit nowadays, man?
OG's right. My guy is acting like the scientists are saying that the original Swedes were African or some shit, right?
Yeah,
and that's not just being said in any way, shape, or form. It's ridiculous, like how far this guy's taking it.
You know, they got an immigration problem over there. They got an immigration problem over there. You know, with a lot of Africans going to Sweden. So this is a big issue for them.
And I call bullshit on that, Sean, because them motherfuckers 98% the same.
Facts.
Man, immigration, motherfucker. You want to deal with immigration? You want to see an immigration problem? Come over here. Majority of your fucking country is 98. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Like, you gonna make me find this motherfucker and do something bad to him, bro. Like,
that's right.
With this retarded ass shit. 2% of your country is composed or comprised of other ethnic groups, and you complaining. Shut up.
This phenomenon isn't limited to popular culture, media, or academia. It's also driven by global financial elites and their ESG scores. Take, for example, the SAS, the Scandinavian airline system, their advertising campaign where a sub-Saharan African man refers to his Viking ancestors.
We're no better than our Viking ancestors.
It is as if they are trying to convince us that Sweden has always been multicultural.
What is truly Scandinavian? Absolutely nothing.
We've become so used to changing narratives in media and the culture that we rarely question what we consume. We're quick to embrace change and diversity, often at the expense of our own heritage.
Okay, so he says a lot here. Let me go back.
Except the where their advertising campaign where a sub-Saharan African man refers to his Viking ancestors.
We're no better than our Viking ancestors.
Yeah, he can't, and the reason why he takes problem with that, because again, the race issue. Oh, this black motherfucker said he got Viking ancestors. He can't do that. This black motherfucker ain't allowed to do that. Oh, we can't accept diversity because it destroys our own heritage. How does it destroy your heritage? Let me clue you in on something, little snowflake, vagina boy. Let me clue you in on something. Europeans are diverse, just like every other human population on the planet. They're all diverse. Oh shit, Kedrick. He said a lot of Nazis did escape to Sweden.
There go Kedrick. All right, Kedrick, we watching you. I don't know. You want to share, Kedrick? You want to share pipple tonight,
bro?
Teacher took a whole shot across the bow.
Shot across the bow. He just sunk the ship.
Nazis, yeah, man. That brother, he teaching that Nazi rhetoric right there, man. You know where the Nazis got that race shit from, too. The American left, motherfuckers. But just to recapitulate again, because just read this shit. It says the first Swedes with dark skin and blue-eyed hunter-gatherers who migrated into Scandinavia from the south after the end of the Ice Age, about 10,000 years ago. New DNA research shows that they were soon joined by another wave of immigration from the east. The results was Europe's most, what? What does that say right there? Because he had a problem with all that. We got to set diversity. We're going to lose our own heritage. Motherfucker, your heritage is of mixture. That's your heritage, is of diversity. Early European farmers, Western hunter-gatherers, Caucasus hunter-gatherers, all coming together and mingling with each other, man. And having offspring.
I'm sorry. So let me recapitulate as well. So hold on. Let me do this one more time so everybody understand what we're talking about here. Okay. Am I sharing?
Yep.
All right. You see this brown circle right here, Western hunter-gatherers? You see right next to it, it says dark skin, blue eyes, OCA2, dark hair. These are this is the population we're talking about, right? So you see it says 19,000, 14,000 years they came into this area, which is around Germany somewhere, right? And about 11,000 years ago, 11,700 years ago, 13,000 years ago, you see they move, they come from the south, right? You see coming up Italy, and they're going up into these areas, Scandinavia, hunter-gatherers, 9,000 years ago. You see it start to, you see these dark, this circle with this, about 60% of it dark. And you go over here to the Baltic hunter-gatherers, and you see it's about 80% dark skin. This particular video or this particular documentary dealing with these Western hunter-gatherers, it says it right here, and this is from the caucus paper. This is from a caucus paper study, excuse me. It says dark skin, blue eyes, dark hair. Okay, so we're dealing with this population here, and you see they're all over the place. And like Jashu just said, they started mixing with Eastern hunter-gatherers. See, I'm touching it over here. Eastern hunter-gatherers, Anatolian farmers, who you see going up into the same area. This pink over here. All right, these are your real. These are the pink that you would see in on that scale, the Southern Arc paper.
Yeah.
With the skin tone. These are the pink. These are the pink. These are your pink people. Excuse my language. I mean to be disrespectful.
Right. No. Say it like that. Say it. Hurt these snowflakes' feelings, man. They need
These are the Anatolian farmers coming up into the area. These people are mixing, and then you have.
You know what else is pink, Sean? Pussy. That nigga's a pussy, bro. He's a fucking. Look how he just postured himself like a fucking. Bro, don't get me started.
All right. So we're seeing here, and we're seeing how old this is, right? So we're coming up here to Scandinavia, hunter-gatherers. You see, it says here, light intermediate skin, all right? Mostly blue eyes, light and dark hair, but they're coming from these Eastern hunter-gatherers are moving into the Scandinavian area, and these Western hunter-gatherers are moving into. So I would say that the woman that they showed who was intermediate skin came from these Eastern hunter-gatherers, and then the dark-skinned person with the blue eyes that they were showing in the documentary, right? They converge up in Scandinavia and they start bumping and grinding. Yep. All right. So
I don't see nothing wrong.
All right. And if anybody wants to know, hold on, okay, let me go back. I'm sorry.
I just want to say this real quick because he got a problem with diversity. What you're seeing on the screen is diversity. These different populations are getting together and they having sex and they having offspring, man. on, man. You idiot.
So intermediate skin is not necessarily pink skin. Light skin would be the pink skin. All right. But we're seeing again, this graph is showing, this map is showing these people converging, right? But you see, Western hunter gatherers is pretty big. So this whole pie is dark. All right. And they up here and they start mingling with all these other different people. And you see these are ancient movements, all right? 11,000, 9,000 years ago, 13 in the Baltic, 13,000 to 5,900 with the hunter-gatherers, Baltic hunter-gatherers. You see 13,000 to 5,900 years ago. The Anatolian farmers, 8,500 years ago. The Eastern hunter-gatherers, and the Yamnaya, 5,300 years ago. You know, these people are mixing, they're moving around. Look, origin of blue eyes 4,200 years ago. So, you go over here, you see blonde hair. This is where blonde hair is supposed to origin of blonde hair 18,000 years ago. So blonde hair moves in from Russia. You see them up here with the Eastern hunter gatherers. This is them right here. Ancient North Eurasians. All right. They're moving in with the Eastern hunter gatherers and they're doing their thing. These people are bumping and grinding and doing their thing. All right. So when you watch the video, I want you to visualize this when you watch that movie. All right. And again, after I drop this off, I'm gonna put the link up again for the movie. I want y'all to watch it.
You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh?
So like again, bro, everything that he just said. So everything you showed, the evidence contradicts everything he just said. Because all of my heritage is being taken away from me, motherfucker. They showing you your goddamn heritage. You
Exactly.
son of a bitch. That
Every
is your
last
heritage.
one of them, all of them.
Yeah. And if we go to supplementary, let me just go to supplementary, man. Fuck it. I gotta go work in the morning. You got me whooping this nigga ass late. You know what I'm saying? You got Sean up whooping niggas ass, whooping fragile snowflake's ass at fucking 11:30 at goddamn night, man. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. Look, I'm gonna tell you how bad it is. This nigga Avery sleep. That's how bad it is.
Facts.
He's the youngest out of all of us. This month we up here putting in work. This nigga sleep, man.
He started this shit too, you know. You and
I
him.
ain't sleep. I'm just busy.
Oh man.
Wiping the drool off his face right now.
Let me find the part where it talks about how many percentage wise in the Southern Art paper and all the samples that they find were actually pale skin. I believe it was like what was it? Eva, you remember the percentage that you ain't? Yeah, exactly.
The percentage of what?
Of the Southern Arc samples that were actually pale skin versus dark skin.
For the Yamnaya?
No, the Southern Arc paper.
Yeah. The Yamnaya are mentioned in that paper.
Yes. But it talks about the percentage of the samples that were dark skin, the percentage of the samples that were pale skin. I'm trying to find that source real quick. I want to share that with the people.
I posted that a long time ago in the.
It's in the supplement. It's in the supplement. Oh, I found it. I found it. Here it is. Here.
Wait, what?
I said, I want to go back to sleep.
It says right here, our first observation is that the model phenotype of Western Europeans is one of dark brown hair, brown eyes, and intermediate skin, accounting for roughly 1/3 of samples, both in the Southern Arc and outside of it. Here it is. The next two most frequent phenotypes have black instead of brown hair in either intermediate or what? dark skin. So this is the majority of the populace here. A wide variety of phenotypes are found both within the southern arc and outside of it. Although several rare depigmented phenotypes at the bottom of table S3 are found only outside the southern arc. This, however, should be considered with the knowledge of the largest sample size of non-southern arc individuals. Later include individuals from Europe, outside the countries including the southern arc, and the step to Central South Asia. So now we're gonna go to the percentage.
Bro, you're not sharing.
I am sharing. Oh man, y'all let me read that out.
You're not sharing.
Okay.
There you go. Do it again. Blow it up.
Appreciate it. I was sharing, it just wasn't up. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. So I was reading from this paper here. This is the supplemental of the genetic probe into the ancient medieval history of Southern Europe and West Asia. And scroll down the supplemental, all the way down to the part where it explains the model phenotype. It's down here. Right here, this is where I started. Our first observation is that the model phenotype of Western Eurasians is one of dark brown hair, brown eyes, and intermediate skin, accounting roughly for 1/3 of samples, both in the southern arc and outside of it. The next two most frequent phenotypes have black instead of brown hair and either intermediate or dark skin. So again, the film was on point and correct to show ancient Swedish people as having dark skin. That's what ancient people look like in these regions. It says a wide variety of phenotypes are found both within the southern arc and outside it, although several rare depigmented phenotypes. What does that say? Rare. Just as the chart we showed you earlier, depigmented phenotypes, the pink or pale, is rare during these times. At the bottom of table S3 are found only outside the southern arc. This, however, should be considered with the knowledge of the largest sample size of non-southern arc individuals. The latter include individuals from Europe, outside the countries, including the southern arc, and the step to Central South Asia. You look at this. Let me see. You see dark to black skinned people at 6.1% within the southern arc, and non-southern arc 5.2%. This is dark to black skin, and then dark skin 7.5, non-southern and 7.9 southern, right? I mean, within the southern arc. And again, there's 705 southern arc samples, and out of 11,094 samples, non-southern arc, we see this. It goes to a whopping 89 people. I'm making a point here about these obviously very dark-skinned people here within the non-southern arc, and 56 within the southern arc, 43 dark to black skin in the southern arc, and non-southern arc individuals at 59 of the samples. What about pale skin? What about pale skin? What about pale skin? Y'all see that? Within the southern arc, it's 1.7%, right?
Minority.
And then outside of it, it's 5.9%.
Still a minority.
There's more heavily pigmented people at 6.4%. Again, the southern arc, this will include Europe. Then pigmented people. And it's not even close within the southern arc. It's 7.1, it's 7.7% total compared to 1.7%. That's a rare fucking phenotype. And again, remember, he had an issue with the two ancient people that were shown in those brief clips that he put on his YouTube. One looking like an Arabic person, intermediate skin, right? Again, that's the dominant skin type, right? In and outside the southern arc, and then the dark skin, which is representative of the Western hunter-gatherer, which we know are dark skin and blue eye. This is actually representative of your damn heritage, of your ancestry. But you don't want to accept it. Because again, you're a fucking race monger. You're a fucking online Nazi member. You're a fucking Ku Klux Klan member, man. You are a Confederate. This is what your arguments are talking a lot of nonsense. This shit right there still gets you. Yeah, that is Nazism, man. That's what you're teaching. This racial purity bullshit. You gotta look like your ancestors. No, the fuck you don't. And you don't, because again, your ancestry includes dark-skinned, blue-eyed motherfuckers. Right? That held and lived 10,000 years ago. All right. If you go on to read this, it says, by examining simple phenotypes, we see that Southern Arc individuals have a lower frequency of light hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin compared to non-Southern Arc ones. I find it as an agreement with ancient sources that commented on the appearance of Celtic Germans, Scytho-Sarmatians from Europe and Central Asia. Note that these sources are from the first millennium BC and narrower time range than that of our samples, which extend millennia into the past when there were no written sources. Let's see, there's something else I can draw from this. It's in the table S4, we tabulate phenotypic information for the population of the Caucasian, Anatolian, Aegean Bridge. Calculate the Bronze Age, these show that the model phenotype was dark brown hair, brown eyes, and intermediate skin pigmentation in most populations. Beaker group stands out with its higher frequency of blue eyes and blonde hair. This group's territory coincided largely with that later historical Celtic and Germanic groups of Europe, but none of these individuals from early Bronze Age and Maya cluster exhibited these phenotypes, suggesting a turnover of phenotypes for the time of the written sources, and that's what we've been trying to explain to y'all this whole time. These original populations did not look like Mr. Snowflake here. Most of them did not look like Snowflake on the screen right now. They did not. So again, the Swedish government accurately depicted your damn ancestry. Just get the fuck over it. I'm done, y'all. Y'all can go in. I'm about to go to bed. I mean, we done beat this damn drum until we can't beat it anymore. This guy's an idiot. Everything he says is just based off the notions of race and not from the evidence, man. Not at all. And you know, when we had a next show, this is what you
got some information that you bitch niggas would hate to know.
All right, y'all. I'm out. Any closing regards, man, for this man's funeral?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I think I might actually run that Swedish video on this channel tomorrow at some point.
Cool.
Because it's only like an hour long. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Sean left before he can answer this. Avery.
Yo.
The paper that that Sean brought up, that chart. What's that paper again? So I can give it to Palermo.
Oh, give me a sec. I have to find it. I know it's Caucasus something. Hold on. Give me a sec.
Yeah, just type out the title or something and put it in the chat for the brother. And I'll put this quote from the from the Southern Arc supplemental. You know, we heard snowflakes worldwide, man. Your ancestors were dark. Your ancestors were dark, man. It's just that simple. Now you motherfuckers they're gonna turn to Palpatine even more, Avery. The dark side has blinded you. You're supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. You underestimate my power. That's him. That's that snowflake. You underestimate my power. And right after that, you get your ass fucking severed in half. That's what we doing to you, motherfuckers. We getting severed in half. But guess what? We ain't gonna do what Obi-Wan did. Leave your ass there to burn. We gonna finish the I have the high ground. Matter of fact, Obi-Wan dumb as hell. I wouldn't tell nobody I got the advantage. I was just
that's anime move. And in anime, you always got to name your
I
Your
have the high
strategy and
ground.
whatnot.
You underestimate my power. That's you motherfuckers. Come with that pseudo bullshit and get your ass cut in half.
I hate you.
I hate you. That's actually because they literally hate us because of race. Oh, you black motherfuckers, you niggers. That's I hate you. Oh,
All right, here it is. Here it is. Here's the paper.
Again, the paper says, as for the category of pale skin, that's very limited in samples from the Southern Arc. As a whole, at 1.7%, it appears to have been rare in all the study samples in general.
I posted. Well, that's the link. Let me post the title. Here's the title.
Hey, give Palermo the title, man.
Yeah, this is a good paper. I quoted in my videos in the past on Haplogroup J because Caucasus hunter-gatherers had light skin alleles.
Yeah, even looking at the Yamnaya, I was going to show that earlier about the Yamnaya. I guess I can. Where is that at? The migratory route for the Yamnaya, the map. Even the Yamnaya were mixed up with Anatolia Neolithic components, a small percentage of Levantine components, Caucasus hunter-gatherer components, and I guess the red would be Yamnaya components.
Yeah, I just made that map and overlay in your brand issue.
Awesome. Oh, Palermo said he got it. Yeah, Palermo said he got it. But even like if you look at, we showed this in prior shows too, right? The Yamnaya and their ancestral components. As you can see, the Yamnaya are a mixture. Even when they going into Europe, they're a fucking mixture. That's what that red and blue arrow is showing. That they're bringing a mixture within themselves, and then it shows you what the Yamnaya around 5,000 years ago were composed of: Caucasus hunter-gatherer elements, Levantine, Anatolian, Eastern hunter-gatherer, and Balkan hunter-gatherer. No, not Balkan, Eastern hunter-gatherer. So these are mixed people. And he was talking about, oh, diversity. Yeah, you come from diverse people, a mixture of people. And I'll do this real quick. Let me see. You can, oh, this is a long one. I'll just read the top of it or whatever. It says, DNA researcher, it's not woke to portray prehistoric Europeans with dark skin. It's evolution. Again, it's another depiction, an accurate depiction of ancient Europeans who have been darker in the past. These are his ancestors that he wants to deny because he's a racist bigot. It says, picture this: almost 6,000 years ago, a girl walks along lowland south coast and spits a piece of birch tar into the reeds. Didn't taste great, but it helped to soothe her toothache. Fast forward 6,000 years, Danish archaeologists working on the Fehmarn Belt project stumble across the piece and recognize it for what it is, an almost 6,000-year-old piece of chewing gum. This ancient piece of gum is now on display in the Museum Lolland Falster in southern Denmark, among an amazing collection of Stone Age artifacts uncovering during the excavation. If you have not been, it's well worth a visit. In 2019, my research team at the University of Copenhagen managed something quite remarkable. We succeeded in extracting DNA from the gum and used it to reconstruct the girl's entire genome. The first time anyone had sequenced an ancient human genome from anything other than skeletal remains. So they actually took the gum, and again, if you're chewing gum, your cheek cells, your spit, and all that's going to be in it. So it can retain DNA, and it was able to sequence the whole genome. And again, watch this. It says the story of Lola and her chewing gum made headlines around the world when we published the genome in 2019. And then suddenly in the summer of 2023, Lola was back in the news, caught up in the media shitstorm. The shitstorm first gathered pace on X and the platform formerly known as Twitter, and escalated to the point where the museum had to defend itself on national TV. Even the Danish newspaper felt they had to comment and gave their opinion in the passionate editorial. So what happened? These things are difficult to reconstruct, but evidently some people who had seen the image of Lola thought that she looked way too dark and accused us in the museum of blackwashing of the past. That's what we've been watching and listening to all goddamn night. Right? I suppose this episode says more about our own biases than anything else, because you guys have a racial bias that's grounded in racism, right? It has nothing to do with the evidence. That these people y'all should be celebrating the fact that they was able to sequence a genome from something other than the skeletal remain. But you're so hateful, and you hate darker skinned people, which are literally your ancestors, your mothers and fathers, your mamas and papas. They would do shit like this. Anderson, I would like to take this opportunity to explain why we portray Lola the way we did and what this tells us about the evolution of skin color in this part of the world. We know about Lola. First, a disclaimer. We did not know exactly how old Lola was when she spat the chewing gum into the water, but based on her genome and other DNA trapped in the gum, we learned a lot of other things about her and her world. For example, we learned that she was a hunter-gatherer, lived off wild resources like fish, nuts, and wild game. Again, what we learned, what Sean showed y'all about hunter-gatherers. They were European hunter-gatherers. They were fairly dark-skinned. So at the time, small farming communities started to appear in other parts of Europe. But from what we can tell, Lola and her kin still lived as her ancestors had done for thousands of years before her as hunter-gatherers. We also learned that she likely had dark skin, dark hair, and blue eyes. But how do we know that? The genetics of human skin pigmentation. Skin color is highly heritable and a polygenic trait, meaning that it is influenced by multiple genes and interactions with one another. One of the most well-known genes associated with skin pigmentation is the melanocortin-1 receptor gene, MC1R, but there are dozens more that have been reported to be involved in the pigmentation process. Most of these genes influence skin color by regulating the production of melanin, a dark pigment that protects from the deleterious effects of UV radiation. Basically, the more melanin you have in your skin, the darker it will be. And the more sun your skin can tolerate before you get sunburned. Eye and hair color are determined in a similar way, but the mechanisms that control the production of melanin in the eyes and hair are quite complex and independent processes. That's why it's possible to end up with different combinations of traits such as dark hair and blue eyes that are often seen in Europeans today, or the light hair and brown eyes that are common for the Solomon Islands, for example. How do we know what Lola looked like? Because the genes involved in pigmentation have been well studied. Not based off your damn preconceived notions. This is based off studies. This is based off the data and understanding and grasping the data. It is possible to predict the skin, eye, and hair color of an individual based on their genotype with a certain probability, something that is routinely done in forensic investigations. We read earlier, the same thing they use in forensic investigations, meaning they can find a hair follicle and depict what that person probably looks like. They do that already, right? It says in practice, this works by checking which variants of genes are present and what phenotype they are associated with. The more genes we can include in this analysis, the more confident we can be that our prediction is correct. In Lola's case, we studied 41 gene variants across her genome that have been associated with skin, hair, and eye color in humans, and concluded that she likely had this unusual, at least for today, combination of dark skin, dark hair, and blue eyes. Let's keep reading. This is good shit right here. A common look in prehistoric Europe. It is difficult to know exactly what people looked like 10,000 years ago, but based on ancient DNA studies, it appears that Lola's look was much more common in prehistoric Europe than it is today. Thanks to advances in ancient DNA sequencing, we now have the genomes of a dozen upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic, i.e. the period between 50,000 and 5,000 years before present in Europe, individuals from Western Europe. And interestingly, they all seem to lack the skin lightning variants that are common in Europeans today, indicating they had dark skin. This is true for Cheddar Man, who lived around 10,000 years ago in southern England, as well as dozens of other upper Paleolithic and Mesolithic hunter-gatherer individuals from France, northern Italy, Spain, the Baltic, and other parts of Europe. Like skin color, eye color is also a fairly complex trait involving interactions of many different genes. Therefore, eye color is fairly difficult to predict, but it looks like the upper Paleolithic, Mesolithic hunter-gatherers from Western Europe often had blue eyes, just like Lola. Overall, it looks like Lola's phenotype, the combination of dark skin, dark hair, and blue eyes, was much more common in prehistoric Europe than it is today. So your mamas and papas wore dark skin. And that's the motherfucking deal, man. We out, y'all. Peace.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Sound good to me. This sound hard, something funky people gon' dance to. Give the record a second and a chance to. Hitting people like a scene of amazement. While they slipping back, my feet just planted in the pavement. Crumble like I never do. So now I'm looking dead at you. What are you gonna do? You listen to the knowledge of a scholar. You say how I breathe, tell them how I holler. I'm the E-double, and I proclaim my name. Straight up, good gang, peeps all game. I'm like a rhino, running through the roughest pack. They figure I'm a trigger-happy nigga, so they step back. Breathe. The microphone is who lasts the longest, so who's the strongest. It ain't a game, it's plain to see. You listen to the sounds of breathe. There ain't a future in your front. I never got caught with a kilo, and if you ever do, yo, will never be with me, yo. Serve it in a Cherokee, or maybe it's a Geo. Black on black Benzo, we'll get it up amigo. Never have to worry about my posse getting jumped, cause if we ever do, yo, TB, pop the trunk. Cause we don't go for playing, wanna play, go grab a ball. When I'm on the mic, I ain't for playing, not at all. Cause I clock 10 G's a week, booming at my peak. Always see E sober, but I do get geek. I can give you a job, a place to eat. Hardy, meet your homeboy Marty at a B.O.B. Party taking over, barking like a dog named Rover. I'm picking suckers like a 4-leaf clover. They biting lyrics on the mic, they some cobras. So now they saying egg breeders get no. That ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. I'm the B, the R to the double E-D, and down with my homie G-A-S-N-O-E, and suckers causing static cause they still be disagreeing. I don't give a, cause I'm from F-L-I-N-T in a city where pity runs slow. If you ever shoot through my city, now you know, cause we are strictly business and we also got a pride. And if you don't like it, I suggest you break wide. Suckers study looking for the ammo in the wire, thinking that illegal is the best for slowly dying. I ain't got time to see a fiend out, to give up all his money and he give up what he got. That's the way I am, MC Bree can I be different. Never change the ways for the world or the government. If I was the president, then I would state facts. You leave it up to me, I paint the White House black and ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yeah, I got dollars in my pocket, not from rolling. If I was a fiend, then my gold would be stolen. Put my name Breed on everything I own. And when I get my Jeep, I'm putting Breed on the chrome. Shine it up good, kick it through my neighborhood. Motorola phone, fat rims and a Kenwood. Put the kid around it, and then I'll have it drop. Just because the rotten people think I'm selling rocks, but ain't no future in your front. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, Flash, man, drop that, man. Why don't you drop that? To the rules of the world. Live my life raw cause I never liked the law. Wear top 10s on my ass, use jeans. Selling big gates and tit for tat to the fiends. Clock much dollars but I never break a sweat. Time to move out, my posse saying, you got my back and I got yours. What time is it? Tear down the door. It ain't no future in your front. Never was, cuz. There ain't no future in your front. Yo, man, let's start this party up, right? Kick out that fat dance.